We are ready to go.
Excellent. Mayor, would you like to kick this
Yes.
meeting off?
Let's call this gorgeous budget retreat to order. Can I have a roll call?
Haggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember House, Councilmember Matthews, Councilmember McCarthy,
Ready for duty, sir.
Councilmember Sweet.
All right. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other protocol this morning before we get going? Are we good?
If I might.
Yes, please.
Reminder to the folks that are out in the audience, the folks that are on streaming online are not going to be able to hear you if you talk. So if you need to say something, I need you to get up and come this way. Don't all the way to the front, but if you can at least come to this back table, we'll hear you, all the folks online.
Thank you. A chair here and that could fit right there.
Trying to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, we have an extra one right here. Bring that over.
No, put it in the center.
Facing the corner.
Wait, hold on.
You bet. All right, we will get rolling. Thank you, Mayor, for starting the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Public Works, for hosting. And in a minute, I will reintroduce you to our facilitator and we'll launch right into business. I think I'd like to start by recognizing our members of the budget team who have been working this retreat today and tomorrow. Those on the budget team, could you please stand up? Heidi Derryberry, I know you're already with us. Can we give these folks a great round of applause?
Most of them are still smiling.
They are smiling. Budget team works very hard and lately, more than once a week. I don't say that to try to impress you. I say that to try to frame that there's a lot of work that is happening right now. We are right in the midst of the budget season. As I was driving in today, I was thinking about, of all of the budget sessions we've attended through the years here and elsewhere. And it's such an important process. And every year, presents different characteristics and things that we wrestle with. But it seems to me that over the years, budgets seem to be a little bit more challenging. This is my perspective. When there's more money, with COVID and the federal funding that resulted through the CARES program, the ARPA program, and others, there was a big infusion of dollars into state and local governments. And it was a blessing and a curse. It was great to have funds to do the important things that we did. It's a challenge insofar as we're dealing with one-time revenues, one-time expenditures, sometimes ongoing expenditures. That is a challenge. I think this year, in the narrative that we can all, I think, latch onto as we get through this process, it becomes a little bit easier when there's less money. And I don't want to say that to frighten or adult. It's intended to maybe enlighten and frame the discussion. Revenues, and we will be hearing this over and over today, have settled down. And the revenues that we were seeing over the last few years are not there anymore. And so it becomes a little bit, I think, easier to have a discussion of what lies ahead when resources are a little bit more constrained. So that is my preface of the day. And I'm going to introduce our facilitator. Before I do, a couple of quick housekeeping matters. We all know the Public Works layout by now. Restrooms over there, food over there, kitchen over there. There is a new coffee machine I discovered moments ago over there. Thank you, Public Works. We are not handcuffed to Folgers here. You can enjoy really good coffee. So that's great. And as always with these retreats, We like to keep it a little bit informal and engaging. This is not a forum where the lecture and you listen. This is intended to be a dialogue. And even though we have to have you come up to speak into the microphone so we can get you on live stream, don't look at that as a hindrance. We want to hear your comments. So if it's a raising of the hand, that's fine. Interruption, I think that's all right too. Jeff will keep us online and on task and on schedule, but we want it to be engaging. Thank you for that. Jeff Kennedy was with us at our last retreat. He's back with, he brings us 17 years of experience as a pastor, motivational speaker, and facilitator. For the past 7 years, he's been the lead pastor of the First Missionary Baptist Church staff. 25 years experience in the radio industry. Jeff has the radio voice. It includes a hosting of a variety of shows, including New Talk, Sports Talk, and religious themed programming. Who's your favorite NFL team? Denver Broncos. Cool.
No, I'm a Raider fan.
Oh.
Hold that against me.
Oh, we have got to talk.
Greg liked you until now.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, there's hope and there's help. Jeff.
Hold on. That's right.
Right now, Shannon Anderson is just like beaming. She's like, oh, there's another Raiders fan in Flagstaff. Well, yeah, you know, and actually, we're very thankful for the Raiders lately because Denver is like no longer the worst team in the AFC. 25 years experience in retail management, a DEI trainer and coach, veteran of the United States Air Force with experience as a linguist. Thank you for your service to our country. Jeff has made his life an mission to encourage others to fight for equality of all, regardless of gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation. We are honored to have him here to lead us today, and I'm going to hand it over to Jeff. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. I didn't hear any applause from the Denver Broncos fans. That's okay. I'm not upset about that. Here's what's funny about what we just talked about and NFL football. So I had the privilege of working in the NFL for a number of years. Worked for the Cardinals. Never a Cardinal fan, but I was a huge fan of my paychecks. So, but you know, every year the Cardinals either play the Raiders in a regular season game or a preseason game, you know, in Oakland or here. And I always, for whatever reason, coincidentally, wore a black suit with a gray shirt. And it was probably 3 years into that before anybody recognized that that wasn't a coincidence. That might be deliberate. One last thing on the Raiders. Where's my Raider fan? You guys know this already. And there's actually a lot of Raider fans here in Flagstaff because the Raider Nation is stronger than ever. No matter who you're a fan of, we're gonna get to this a little bit more in a minute. No matter who you're a fan of, if you wear your colors, Washington Redskins, Kansas City Chiefs, San Francisco 49ers, Arizona Cardinals, and you go places, especially in a city that is not a fan of yours, people will roll their window down and they will tell you that your team sucks. That never happens to a Raider fan.
I know you're carrying weapons.
Just so you know. All right, it's a privilege to be here. Good morning, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, City Council. Thank you for having me back. I guess that means that I wasn't terrible last time, so thank you for that. Before we get started, and since we're on the theme of football, I'm going to throw a few people under the bus, basically everybody in the room. So, who here is either a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, believes the Chiefs will win, or is rooting for them in some way, for some reason? Show of hands. All right, I need you guys to stand over here. Okay. All right, we're gonna get you up. Just need you KC people over here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, please. If you're a fan, if you think they're gonna win, if you hope they win, for whatever reason, only 4 of you, huh?
I'm actually anybody but the Niners.
Okay, that's fair. This is important. All right, what about, same question for 49ers fans? Anybody here, 49er fan, thinks they'll win, want them to win, whatever, you guys go stand over here. Ken?
My favorite Amtrak route is the Southwest Chief. So should I stand up?
You should. Well, in a minute, well, you're going to see where this is going. All right, so for everyone who's still sitting, do you have a reason to care about one side or the other already? Absolutely not. Okay, so good. So the careless people, this is perfect. The careless people, I want you to stay where you are, okay? Because the rest of you could care less. Now, is it that you could care less about football, or you could just care less about these teams? Anybody?
These teams.
Care less about these teams?
Well.
Football. Okay.
Mayor.
You're,
Watch it, but I'm
well,
not a big fan.
no, okay, no, so we have two of you that could absolutely care less about football. Okay, wait, I hope you guys are, I hope you guys are listening, because listen, so you're having a 49er party, okay? It's only for 49er fans, or at least people who somewhat care about what you care about. Your party's really pitiful right now, but you're having one, and it's only for those people who are going to come and engage you and want to root for your team and get that positive vibe in the room, okay? The rest of these people could care less. Your job over the next 2 minutes is to get together and come up with 3 reasons, 3 ways to convince them to care about what you care about. Okay? Got 2 or 3 minutes. And then one of you is going to be a spokesperson. Now, while you guys are strategizing over there, I want someone to tell me out in the no care people, I didn't expect there to be this many careless people. Really didn't. Because I was thinking about this in my head. There was like only 4 of you out there, not this many. All right, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult than we had planned. And you guys aren't talking, but you should be. Can somebody tell me what you do care about?
Taylor Swift.
Anybody? So, yeah. What do, you like football, right? Okay. All right, that's good. Okay, all right, so one of the wild cards could be that Taylor Swift is going to be at their party. So he doesn't care about any of it, but he wants to meet Taylor Swift. This could be on your bucket list to see San Francisco, okay? So is there something that you do care about?
I'm just never.
What's that? You're gonna go eat Kansas City barbecue, you need to go over there. What about you?
Did you hear him last night?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So your football scores to pay off. All right, you get to stay where you are. That means Taylor Swift will definitely not be at that party. Okay? This is great. All right, you guys got about a minute left. Got about a minute left.
Big receivers.
I'm to be part of
I
it.
know.
Yeah, exactly.
Usher is doing the halftime show. I don't care about the halftime. Okay.
What am I buying at the?
How about this as an
We don't have,
What's, oh,
we don't
it's our.
have a side yet.
Yeah, I
All
like
right, about 30 more seconds, guys. About 30 more seconds.
Super Bowl anyway.
It's a week from Sunday.
And is this the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Is this their time? Okay.
Super Bowl party. Yeah, remember, you could care less about football, okay? So,
What makes them guacamole?
okay.
Have our own party.
All right, about 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. All right. Listen up. All right, time's up. All right. So I threw a couple wild cards in there. Okay, time's up. Threw a couple wild cards in there because I heard one person say they cared about Taylor Swift. Well, Taylor Swift is going to be at their party.
Why we
All right.
read over it.
And then we got a person who absolutely was on this side because Taylor Swift was not going to be at that party.
The anti-Swifties, right?
So we have that. I want to throw, I want to,
Darling.
I want to throw,
I got 2 daughters. I can't take it anymore. Holy cow.
I want to, let's get through this pretty quick. I want to throw just a couple other things. So Usher is the halftime performance.
Oh.
This group over here is absolutely going to turn the sound up during the halftime show, okay? This group here could care less about the halftime show. They're gonna play roulette, get, cards, whatever. Yeah, okay. So if the halftime show
Say that.
so if the halftime show matters to you, please go over here.
So you're not going to talk during commercials?
Oh, hey, that's big. All right, so pick a spokesperson. You've got about 90 seconds with your 3 ideas to convince whoever you can in the rest of the room to come to your party.
What's the motivation?
I don't have much to say.
I don't know, you tell me, okay?
Why should we want more people at the party?
Oh, there's that, okay? That wasn't part of the deal. Yeah, yeah. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? Let's go. Let's keep this going. Who's gonna speak? Who's gonna speak up on behalf of this group?
Greg
Okay.
is
People of my meats.
just getting debriefed again.
Getting it debriefed? Okay, you guys have your spokesperson ready?
You go.
All right, they weren't ready, so, oh, are you ready to go?
We think so.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we'll tag team.
So we are celebrating a team that is seeing a quarterback play his first Super Bowl after being the very last person drafted in the NFL in his second year versus somebody who's been to the Super Bowl a bunch of times. So we've got the new kid on the block, the new player, playing for a West Coast team versus the cornfields of the Midwest, right?
All right, let me just, oh, go
We
ahead.
don't have Taylor Swift.
All right. So let me jump in there real quick. All right. So what I'm hearing is these guys have the underdog, okay? These guys have the legend. So if you're a fan of underdogs, go stand over here.
Come on.
Come on, be honest. Be honest.
Come on.
Yeah, we throw a good party over here.
I know that there. Well, I know.
Okay, that was good. Good, okay. Wait a second, because we gotta get through this pretty quick now. All right, so the other argument was it's a West Coast team, okay? So if you have any allegiance, alliance, care about the West Coast, come stand over here.
Yay, yay.
Wow, okay,
Come on.
all right. What was your last argument? Oh, yeah, and Taylor Swift is not at this party. Okay, so if that matters to you, come stand over here.
Come over here.
Wait, Ernie played in Arizona in high school. too.
Okay, all right, you guys are up. So what's your argument? Now, listen up. This is important because all of the careless people who jumped over here, if you hear something more compelling on the other side, feel free to change sides. Okay, go ahead.
Open arms.
All right,
You may think Kansas City
For you.
is flyover country, that's a real insult. 2/3 of the country. But we're gonna have amazing food. Kansas City barbecue, if you've ever had that, it's some of the best barbecue in the country and all the fixins. Potato salad, beans, pork. It's the best barbecue in the world. How's your seafood? No seafood.
Yeah, no seafood. Don't credit those boys.
food. Okay, what else you got?
Number 2.
We're gonna have legit Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift impersonators at our party. And we have the brother who has promised not to take his shirt off.
All right, so,
Turn the we're gonna keep the volume up on commercials and encourage people to shut up. So we can watch the even better part of the game, which is. the
And we're gonna show
commercials
you the
and
puppy bowl every once in a while.
Okay, so commercials, Puppy Bowl, Kansas City barbecue, Swifties. All right. Did that matter?
And Usher.
Oh, and Usher, and Usher. All right. Yes. All right. Did that matter to anyone out there?
Come on. Randy.
Okay, did that matter to anyone over here to change your mind?
It mattered, but not enough.
It mattered, but not enough.
Usher almost got me over.
All right, so last thing, we'll get started. Is there any argument that you would have heard that would have convinced you to join one of these parties? Someone out there's got to speak up. There was no argument. You're not going, period. All right, that person's mind can't be changed. Anybody else? So of this careless group, there was no scenario, nothing that could have been said from either side that would have gotten you to join their party? I don't believe that. Pat?
She's gonna be in our party.
Oh, Taylor Swift is going to their party. Yes. No. You could just go eat the barbecue.
It's us, yeah.
Okay, all right, this is good. See how large that group started with? Now we've got 5 people left. So you 5 people are actually going to convince this group that there's nothing that they could say to you that would get you to care about what they care about. Absolutely nothing. Your heels are dug in. You're not changing your mind no matter what.
Money.
Is that what I'm hearing here? Yes? Oh, you're shaking. All right, he's the lost. Yes. Can you get your budget approved?
Yes.
Wait. I already counted it up.
All right.
Sorry.
You gotta choose. You gotta choose. Oh, wow. All right, guys. And so there's 4 left. Here, that's a wrap, right? No. And no. Amir, you're not budging, huh?
Mayor.
All right.
No pressure.
Okay, all right. So listen, we're gonna wrap this up. So the point of all this is there's always going to be people that are not going to embrace your ideas, your concepts, your whatever. And in order to influence them, you have to appeal to what's important to them. It's not always what's just important to you, because pretty much everyone in the room, and that group was huge to start with, you were able to present an argument or reason to get them to buy in and embrace your side, okay? And unfortunately, there's people whose minds you can't change, okay? But the challenge and where we're going, it's always important to ask the question, what's important to you? In order to get them to align with what's important to you, whatever your agenda is. Amen? All right, you guys enjoy the Super Bowl.
You know, that was pretty cool. I just asked you your favorite NFL team. I had no idea you were.
That's good.
Yeah. Segue.
All right, thanks for playing, guys. Playing. That's fun. I'm gonna go to both parties, by the way. I'm going to both parties. This food over here, Kansas City barbecue over here. All right, so yeah, there you go. All right, so thanks for playing. And that took a little bit longer than I had planned. So we're about 10 minutes behind right now. So let's go ahead and kick things off. Heidi Derryberry is going to kick things off.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Heidi Derryberry, the city's Assistant Finance Director. I will give you back the 10 minutes right now because I only have a couple slides. So we already kind of went over the welcome. Here's a brief recap of our agenda that we're going to go through today. We're going to start off talking about the timeline and the color of money. We have some December retreat follow-up items, revenue updates, available resources and fixed costs, investing in employees update, a refresher for council on staff relations, bond project updates, resource allocations of priorities, resource needs, and then we'll wrap up tomorrow afternoon with the council forum budget expectations. So this is just a really quick slide. We're in the February 1st and 2nd retreat right now. So we'll be presenting lots of good stuff over the next 2 days. The next item after that is the capital improvement program retreat, which I believe is tentatively scheduled for March 28th at that time. And following that, we'll have the April 25th and 26th city manager recommended budget retreat. We'll be back in front of council. And then June 4th is our tentative budget adoption, and June 18th is our final budget adoption and our property tax levy hearing, as well as the first read of property tax adoption. And then finally wrapping it up on July 2nd, it's our final reading of the property tax adoption. So slowly, the list is getting shorter. Just a very quick recap, reminder on color of money. You just saw this presentation in December, so I am not going to go through the whole presentation, but just remember as we're talking today about all of the different things that you're going to be seeing is to always keep in the back of your mind the color of money. We definitely have lots of different restricted and limited spending items for our special revenue funds, enterprise funds, our project funds, service funds, and then the last kind of catch all the debt or the general fund. So just remember that as we're talking to keep that in mind. There you go, 10 minutes back. Wow. That is mine, and I am going to welcome Heidi Hansen and Greg. Oh,
yeah, it's you're
I'm
good.
here for support.
You can even sit if you like. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Actually, I'll be going over one item that we had from the December retreat. It was a conversation we had about our investment with downtown. And I will go over 2 slides. I also have Dave McIntyre and Trace Ward that are online. And then I believe Rebecca or Amy will be discussing and what they do to support downtown. And then Scott Overton will be talking about what Public Works is doing. I hope this will give you a little bit more insight to some questions that you had, and then we'll leave discussion. Okay, so basically I'm just letting you know that the Downtown Business Alliance, which we refer to as the DBA, does get a lot of attention from the city throughout the year, but we decided we would share exactly the attention that they get so that you'd have a better idea. So for instance, through the tourism fund, what they get, and I'll be talking about what they get ongoing, and then I will also talk about some of the one-time things that we have done for them. So basically every year we put $45,000 toward their clean team. So that is a group that goes out and actually is supposed to help with graffiti, litter, things like that. I will tell you, I just called them the other day to do some cleaning in downtown because it's been a little bit dirty since the New Year's festivities. We also take care of all the holiday lights. I want to thank Lori Pappas, our marketing media relations manager. She's been handling that wonderfully. So everything that you see lit in downtown, even the train, all of that, the trees, Discover Flagstaff pays for, and I believe the DBA does a little bit investment toward it as well. We also do sponsorships, very small sponsorships, but movies on the square, things like that we participate in. We also handle 4th of July and New Year's Eve, the fireworks. I think this 4th of July, you're going to be really excited. We're going to be doing something different, and it's going to cost way more than $25,000, but it will be going through the regular budget process to see if we will do it. We also bring what we call FAM tours. They're familiarization tours. It's where we bring journalists and we bring tour operators downtown, and actually we spend money for them to go into the locations, the restaurants, the bars, to kind of get the feel of what it's like to bring a group here. We also do that so that they'll write about some of the great foodie scene that we have here. So we pay for them to come down there and to participate with this business. We also do an enormous amount of marketing and media. So There's sometimes it's very specific just to downtown. We also, what you would call reshare their post, things like that. And Lori Pappas just had some on-air spots with Channel 3 and Channel 12 down there during the holiday season where we actually put the DBA director on camera and we give them time to talk about pinecone drop, things like that. We also did a one-time purchase this year of fixing the Heritage Square Christmas tree. Rebecca had agreed that it kind of had in its course and we needed something new. We also paid for those gazebos that you see in downtown that stay up permanently, and we actually maintain those. And then another thing that we did was the new planter boxes. They're not so new anymore, but they're beautiful. We actually purchased those, and Scott Overton's team worked with the metal worker and all of that to get that done. So that's just a glimpse. When we go into community investment, we actually spend over $100,000 a year on all the flowers in downtown. That's what goes into the planters, what goes into the barrels, and what goes into the hanging plants that you see on all of the light posts. We also have a downtown green program, and Dave could talk about that more, but that's going to be about $200,000 that we put into basically clean anything that you see that's green, the poles that are painted, the any trash receptacles, things like that. We repaint that, and it costs us about $200,000 to keep that. We also have what we call Euro. It's a extended use of right-of-way route that Greg created a long time ago that Rebecca does a great job facilitating. And we actually put money into that fund so that when someone wanted to do a parklet or whatever, we can contribute to their need to do a parklet. We also do all the holiday wreaths that you see up, and we do all the replacement of those wreaths. So that's about $40,000 for us. It changes out probably every 3 years or something to that effect. They get damaged. We also are working on a downtown tree well pilot program, which is going to cost us about $50,000. I'll be honest with you, it's going to cost a lot more than $50,000, but that's what's in the budget right now. We also do curbside signage and replacement. There's a picture. I don't know that you can see it real well, but those, they didn't like what we were doing before where we were doing a little sign and we had it stuck in this sad little concrete. So we actually created, we actually got signs that tell people they can park somewhere really quick, 20 minutes in and out. We still have those throughout downtown. We paid for those. Again, they do sponsorships and outreach. They do their own movies on the square, things like that. We did the electric box at LaRue Alley, which is one time. We are working on an Aspen niche. It's over by Pay and Take, and it's near that CenturyLink building. It's going to be super cool. I'll let Dave and Jana to you at another meeting, but that's going to cost us $110,000 to beautify that area. Also, have run the courthouse art piece that you are all very fondly know about. Some of you took pictures with us out in front of it. That was $50,000. We also paid for a pressure washer so that Clean Team can pressure wash areas that need it more often than not. This is literally not all, but it is the big stuff. So we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of what we do with downtown. And I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Rebecca.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
At that packet, I thought that is a lot of money. And I thought that's a lot of money going to one particular part of downtown. And I absolutely love downtown. Then it occurred to me that we're probably doing similar things all around the city. So it isn't like we're just focusing on one part of the city at the expense of the rest of the city. So I think that's probably true. I don't know if you would like to comment to that.
Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, I will say that we are doing, when it comes to beautification, we definitely are doing art projects and things throughout the city for sure. I will tell you, we do pay a lot of attention to downtown, and I have no issue with that when it comes to tourism, because we want, we know from our visitor intercept study, they were actually ranked as an actual attraction. So when you look at Lowell Observatory as an attraction or a museum in Northern Arizona, they were ranking downtown as an attraction. Visitors were. So it's to my interest and to my team's interest, if we're going to bring all these visitors in, that we also want to make sure that they have a pleasant experience. They go downtown because it's a destination where you can shop, eat, and entertain all in one. So we do give them a lot of attention. I will say, I think that it makes sense for tourism. I'm not sure that it makes sense for every division to be giving them that much attention, but for us, it makes sense to have that type of relationship.
A follow-up question. What color is this money?
For me, it's BBB money. So it's bed, board, and beverage money. When I just talked about those 2 slides, it's coming out of the BBB.
I'm almost
Go
done.
ahead.
Considering that that's BBB money, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Definitely. We're reinvesting that money into not only marketing the advertisers or the visitors to come, but to make sure that they have a pleasant experience while they're here.
Don't interpret my questions and comments as being against it. It's just that I wanted to understand it better. So I think it does make sense. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment too, that the DBA self-taxes, those downtown businesses tax themselves in addition to the taxes that they pay to the city to feed into all that stuff that they do as well. It's not just, we're not doing anything and we're feeding into it.
Exactly. Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, true. They are taxing themselves. That really pays for them to have a director. For that director had to have some employees. And again, that percentage, I would probably say our previous DBA director doesn't think it's enough, but I think that's between them and their board, quite honestly. But yes, that's what they do. They did that a long time ago so that they could have someone that was full-time.
Right, so the pros numbers are, these are estimates on what we spend in the downtown area. But as you said, Councilmember McCarthy, we do a lot of these types of things in all over the city. Certainly our parks, grounds, and foots trails, trash and recycling alone is a huge part of that budget. But these are estimates for the downtown. We do have someone from our parks team that is focused on the downtown area. So he's able to maintain Heritage Square and the downtown trees that you'll see up here. We also have a trash and recycling team that comes through 3 times a week in partnership with the solid waste team under Public Works. But then the containers within Heritage Square we do daily. We also have those restrooms that we're maintaining downtown on a daily basis. On the events side, we try to average up. We've got at least 65 days of programming, mostly throughout the summer, a year. That equates to a $12,000 value of permits. And then permit management of 225 permits. This is the kids squared events at Heritage Square, like all the smaller ones that, music on the square, which last summer the DBA was trying to do many days a week, not just 1 or 2 days a week. So we manage all of that. We work very closely with them. Haley spends a lot of her time. She's our events and marketing supervisor. She spends a lot of her time working very closely with the DBA so that their events are successful and are the draw. It's also important to us and the DBA to activate that square. It keeps positive energy flowing through downtown. It's, as Heidi said, an attraction. If people hear music, they're drawn to it. And so we've been happy to support those efforts because it benefits all of us. In terms of color of money, in case you were getting ready to ask, for this, it's general fund and BBB.
Rebecca, good morning, everyone. Oh, you're good. Know how to work it. Public Works, color of money, just since we're on that conversation, for the most part, these services for downtown would come out of our highway user revenue funds. That's the streets group, and that is all based on gas tax. So anything in between the curbs would be funded from that fund. You're also going to see some things that are funded with our road repair street safety program monies, which are the additional sales tax dollars that go to focus on asphalt renewal projects. And then we have solid waste fees and collection rates from solid waste side for trash services. But a couple big things to note about downtown specific, to kind of help you with some talking points. We have a very large rebuild project coming in the spring. This is an Aspen Avenue rebuild. So if you've been across the street lately, you'll see some potholes and cracking and just kind of general conditions that are poor. Sam and his team and Jarrett Nelson here in Public Works will be delivering a complete overlay project. So they'll mill that street down. We're actually going to try to remove some of the crown, so it's more of a flat street, not a real humped street. And then they will go from Humphreys all the way to Verde. We will also make ADA improvements, curb enhancements, any concrete replacements that need to occur, working with our business owners in the area. And then, of course, a new street. So by the end of the summer, that project will look pretty good. There'll be lots of questions and lots of timing with our business owners. We're not quite there yet in the process. They're at about 30% design, but that will be a project for this summer. So really big investment of road repair, street safety dollars for Aspen Avenue. We've been waiting for this one for a while.
Matt, can I ask a quick?
Sure.
The brick block, is that going to be replaced when you?
It will be. So the mid-block crossing at Aspen from the alley to Heritage Square will be replaced likely with the exact same product. It's that heavy vinyl, kind of herringbone brick pattern that we've had really good results with, and people really like it. So we'd like to keep it. We have also in the last couple of years, citywide, really focused public works efforts on efficiencies. Downtown specifically, lighting has been a big topic. We've addressed it continually. We've really worked hard at working on those decorative green poles with the decorative lamps, trying to get the street lights up and running. Lots of older infrastructure in that area. But I'm happy to report that team has made really good progress. And we've been doing a good job in streets of staffing that program up and finally getting some people to address those things in a very proactive manner versus we don't have a lot of contracted help on that lighting side. So that's definitely more difficult. Concrete sweeping is fairly frequent on the streets. You'll see that oftentimes. They can come in and blow out those parking stalls in the middle of the night. We have increased our solid waste collection efforts. Now, this isn't an added cost to the users, but we are now providing 7-day-a-week service at all of our commercial dumpster locations in the downtown core. They are frankly just running out of room. Added bins. We've really tried to grow that program, add some collection effort. There is a little bit of a nuance to that is we don't have a landfill open on Sundays. So operationally, it's not ideal. We'd like to maybe get out of that at some point, but I think it's going to be here for a while. But it has improved our Sunday service and our Sunday conditions at those locations. Quarterly cleanups where we kind of focus the effort. We all head down there and take a look at things. Additional snow operations. They do hauling operations out of the downtown core. There's a couple other locations in town, but this is the big one. When it gets to be too much snow, we haul it out of there. But it's a fairly lengthy program. And then just overall appearance projects. We try to team up with parks and with DBA and with BBB funds, trying to just clean up and do things that are of good interest. Event support, so parades, traffic control, in-kind assistance is requested. So we try to do as many of those as possible. And then, of course, planter boxes, the Euro team. And then our longer term projects are, of course, working with the project owners of private property as they redevelop blocks. And then how do we start to continue the reinvestment in what is now becoming, a 30-year-old downtown? What does the next chapter look like as we go to reinvest that capital side? We'll be heavily involved with that. That's kind of the public works effort downtown, and I think a good overview for you.
Slide.
Hey, Scott. Scott, if I could,
Please.
going on to your discussion about solid waste pickup, and thank you so much to you and the team for increasing the pickup schedule. Downtown has really benefited from that. Real briefly, can you touch upon the ideas, a future discussion I know, but touch upon the idea of going to a compaction system?
Yeah, we've briefly started these conversations years ago, and it kind of keeps coming back up, and we're back into it again. There are thoughts that we want to return to compacted service in the downtown core. Fairly expensive one-time capital investment on the front end. I think it will take a large effort between the business owners that utilize the facilities and the city to try to come together and find a better process. We're not quite there yet to deliver, but I think we can team up, work through some parking issues, work through some other improvements like the restroom projects, and maybe get some synergy going. But it's a fairly expensive item. And on the solid waste side, we're going to have to talk about maybe some more pressing needs in the right of way, or in the immediate term, some of our other funding issues. But I think we'd like to land there at some point. I just don't know how practical it will be, and it will not likely be this year, but we are moving towards, if we can't put more bins in and we can't get lowered volumes, you have to do something different. The infrastructure is maxed out on the collection side with just empty bins. So we will need to think through as a community what it wants to be to provide better service into the future. So compaction's an idea, but it's expensive.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah,
That's a question, Scott. Thanks for being here, Scott.
absolutely.
When you're upgrading Aspen, which is great, please review the grates that are around trees. Some of them have a step that's pedestrian is nothing to me. But to people in wheelchairs and people pushing strollers, that step is, you can't get around, you have to go around it. Some locations, we've allowed sidewalk tables and dining or whatever, which is good. But it very much restricts it. And anyway, review those grates for steps. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, Sam's team takes a look at all that infrastructure when they're doing these types of projects. So certainly something we're all aware of and trying to work through. Just no easy fix.
Chair McCarthy, that's part of the downtown tree well project that
Oh, okay.
I showed you that is 50,000.
Good, I appreciate the comments.
If I could add to that, and then I got it to emphasize a couple of things, so I want to go back. The downtown tree well project, we're trying to pull together a pilot project where we can, and Scott and I have been working on this and need to pick it back up, but where we can try some new types of products around the tree wells that would be better than the grates in the long. The contributing factors go into the condition that they're in now, and a big one is our freeze-thaw cycles. And so we're just trying to find a different product that would, and another big one is how big the trees get. Like, as trees, I don't think were ever intended to get as big as they are, and they're causing that infrastructure buckling. So we're still trying to work on that, and thanks to Heidi's team for supporting that.
Love the trees, though.
The trees are amazing and we do maintain those. So coming back to pros really quick, I wanted to touch on snow operations. We also do haul out. We have to clear Heritage Square completely of snow every time it snows because we have weight limits there. So you can imagine, because there's weight limits, we can't put a lot of equipment up there either. It's hand shovelers. So I want you all to understand. And if you're ever bored during a snowstorm, come on out and help us clear off Heritage Square. We pull all of that to the street and then we haul that off when those piles get too big as well. We also are working, Amy is working right now within the proposed capital plan, and this will segue into Heidi's slide. We have a downtown restroom. We have a funding source for a downtown restroom, either renovation or a new restroom. We're looking through that, more to come. But we're very focused on either improving existing, adding something new, possibly both. We're working on all of that right now.
Okay.
If that's, I can answer this question now or after you all get done.
I'm gonna finish this one slide.
Okay, and then let me.
So we have some capital projects that you might know little bits and pieces about, but how it does affect downtown. You know that we came to you before about the Mountain Line Downtown Connection Center, and beautification alone is putting $500,000 into that art project. It's the project that actually goes, there's a piece that will be on the actual building itself, and then there's a piece that creates that little setting, which I think you guys were pretty in awe when Jana presented that to you. It's going to be something that people want to make sure they go over and see if they are visiting, especially. We also are doing beautification offerings on the Lone Tree Overpass, which will help. And then we also have several divisions that are involved in that downtown mile. So we just wanted to let you know there's a lot of things that we talk about with downtown. So we are here to take questions, suggestions, thoughts. Greg, did you have anything you wanted to add before they go there?
One quick comment that will tie some things together, back to your question, Councilmember McCarthy. The downtown experience touches on so many things. It's about our visitor experience for sure. It's about tourism. It's about activation of heritage and other areas, the alleys notably. It's about retail, hotels, restaurants, and it's about community. And that's something that is happening here. We see it. I wish Terry was with us because she can speak to this so much more eloquently. The activation of events late, including the movies on the square and some of the other things that are going on now, our community market in proximity to downtown. It's good for the tourists and visitors, yes, but it's really good for our community and locals are enjoying it. And we're seeing a strong presence of our local population visiting downtown, enjoying our downtown on a regular basis. So it's all of those things. And let's just say it's an economic driver for the city as well. So there are some things that that kind of help support the position anyway, that downtown does deserve a little bit of not special attention, but different attention by the many partners and by the city for those reasons. It is not to suggest that other areas in the city are any less important. It's just there are some uniquities in the downtown area that are really good for our community. Thanks.
To add to what Greg was saying, there's 168 programs that the DBA puts on each year in downtown. 168. I mean, that's a lot. And there's over 230 businesses that we are helping in that downtown area. So you're talking about a cluster of business that shouldn't be neglected. Questions, comments? I think.
So I'm just gonna follow up on what Greg was just saying. We're doing some amazing stuff in downtown, and so I do visit from time to time. But I also hear lots of community members that say, they're doing a lot of work in downtown. There's a lot of stuff going on in downtown, but it's not for me. I can't go downtown because I can't find parking. We already know that issue, or I can't go downtown because there are too many people there. They're really focused on the tourists. I can't go downtown because of this. Why are we putting so much money in downtown? What does that do for me and my community or my neighborhood? Why aren't they doing this in my neighborhood, but they're doing this in downtown? So I'm just telling you what we hear or what I hear, especially in the neighborhood that I kind of work in. And so I think it's important, I understand, I get it, I totally get it, but there are a lot of folks in our community who don't get it. They don't understand how this, Pastor Kennedy, how does this affect me? What's in this for me? What do I get out of this? There's so much traffic and they're coming here and they're this and that and other, that's what we hear about tourists, And so I think that we don't do a good enough job trying to connect. This is what happens when we get all these tourists, and this is how it affects the neighborhood. This is what you get out of this. And so, I think that we don't do ourselves good when we don't take the time to do that, to say, here's what you get. This is for our community. Yes, we've got the tourists here, but here's what you get. So please come out and enjoy this benefit that we are paying for because we have this. Does that make sense?
It sure does. So Mayor, Councilmember Harris, just so you know, we will be going and doing a large marketing program for the BBB renewal. And that is the whole premise of that renewal, and that marketing plan is to show you what, by spending dollars here, what does it do here? So what I would say to that, Pastor, is that if they have anybody in their family, or if they have people that they know by having those people come into downtown and spend money, that money is then going to all these different things, like for instance, keeping their parks maintained, that their children play, that they play on. It's going to making sure that this litter and the clean team and all that is picking up trash. It's going to the fact that we're marketing the destination as a leave no trace destination. So we're going to share that and how that BBB matters to everybody in this community, because it honestly does matter to their quality of life. So what we don't do is we don't talk about it all the time. We're going to be talking about it for at least 6 months leading up to the election, so that they understand what those dollars are doing for them. When you don't have it, this gets done. And we definitely need that traffic in, especially, and not to put Councilmember Sweet on the spot, but as a business owner, she cannot make it alone with just local. She has to have the visitors in to actually have a year-round functioning business. So they're very valuable to us. And quite honestly, when you're 81 miles from the Grand Canyon, a natural wonder, you want to be more than a gas stop. You want them to stay the night and you want them to extend their stay. And that is the premise of what we do in tourism. So we are going to definitely be doing that campaign. And we're going to show you that campaign. So I will be taking your input and I will be taking your ideas and we will be putting that into that campaign so that you and everybody understands what it does for quality life.
I think it's important because people say, we live here all the time. We just don't come, you know, once a year or once a month or whatever it is. We live here all the time, but we're impacted by the people who do come here once a day, once a month or whatever. And so how is this helping me? And I think that when we don't think about that in that way, we do ourselves a real disservice, because that's when we get people, I'm not voting for that because you never do anything for us. I'm not doing this because, you know, it doesn't help me, or whatever the conversation might be.
I will promise you the $12 million in BBB money is being put to good use. And we
Well,
will.
I know that. You don't have to convince me of that. I'm saying that you have to convince people who aren't sitting at that dais and who aren't getting the same information that I'm getting every week. So
There's
anyway.
definitely stats and things like that that we'll be sharing of what it puts back into a household, that type of thing as well. So I will be seeking your input on that to make sure that we're getting the right messaging out there.
Thank you.
Thanks for your honesty. I really appreciate that.
Or call up, you know, I think it's my job to review numbers and go, does this make sense objectively? I will say, after doing that, I'm very supportive of downtown. It's a very important part of the city. I personally enjoy it. I think it's good for the economy. It's great. Comments have some validity too. So in response to that, I would say maybe we need to keep in mind South Side, which is kind of part of downtown. And I know that Terry Modesta is interested in that when she was here. And so the Beaver, San Francisco area is very important. So maybe 4th Street, that's kind of a special area too. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman McCarthy, I just want to remind everyone that not every part of Southside is part of that district. So they're not all paying into that extra district fee. So they might not have as much of attention, but their businesses haven't dedicated into that, but it could be something that's discussed with the next DD to extend that district and to have more people participate that way.
So even if they're not part of the DBA, if we're spending city monies, I think that it is appropriate to look at some other areas like the South Side, possibly 4th Street. Those are the two that come to mind.
And we do. If you see holiday lights, you see wreaths, you see hanging plants, all of it has been extended to South Side. And when you see the 4th Street orb and you see the planter and you see the signage, all of it was to show that we are not just in one area of town. But again, all we need you to do, and anyone that might talk to you, is to reach out to us and let us know what's missing, and we will put it into our work plan.
Thank you. Fear this might sound a little nitpicky, but it's also due diligence. This isn't necessarily something I'm prejudging or presupposing, but it is a perception out there that I want represented in the conversation today. And it's from the dark sky community. It's about the traditional street lamps that we have. They're seen as non-compliant or at least non-dark sky friendly. And I know that the investment in putting in those traditional green street lamps is relatively recent, I think. Maybe relative is a relative term. But as we're talking about the redevelopment of downtown and these projects that are going to be happening, I would like to see an assessment done on just what how compliant they are with with what we expect from our dark sky compliance. And maybe price out their replacement or at least a modification that would bring them into better compliance. This is a mid to long-term thought for you. Obviously, we're not going to pluck all those things out of the ground right now and just replace them. But as these projects come up and are ongoing, this should be definitely part of the thinking. I know it's a new part of the downtown vision plan, and just wanted to represent that, you guys.
Briefly, excellent comment. And I think there's two types of light fixtures, just so I'm very clear on what your thoughts are. We have the green kind of decorative fixtures in the downtown core.
Few slides.
And these are probably the fixtures you're referring to. These were installed in the mid-90s. It's these fixtures here.
Yeah.
Were 90s in that Main Street project redevelopment, so they've been there a long time. You are correct. I don't believe they would meet today's dark sky standards. The street lamps way up in the sky, you know, the ones that have the amber, those are all LED dark skies compliant. These, however, are probably going to be up for some conversation. And I think it is timely. I think we are coming to end of life with these fixtures. They're 30 years old. Parts can't be found and they do come down. I would agree with you. And I think that would make sense for Flagstaff to say, if you're going to transition, what type of new lamp post would meet dark skies compliance, provide the type of lighting you're looking for, and invest in the infrastructure. So we haven't had the conversation yet, but I would agree that this lamp is probably one qualified for a good discussion.
If you could price that out, and yeah, that'd be great.
And you know off the top of your head how many we're talking? Is it 250 lamp posts?
Many?
Yeah, it's hundreds. It's hundreds.
I didn't know there was that many.
Phasing it.
Bunches.
We've also had some comments where people don't necessarily love all the green. So that could be a discussion too. Like, do we want to do something different? But these are some conversations we can have with downtown and bring back to you work session.
Like the Disney effect.
I think they're just tired of green.
There's some pretty cool fully shielded decorative, like some of the newer valley cities that have built in the last 10 years in their downtown cores. You can see some pretty unique street lamps. They've come a long way in 20 years.
You know that green is very intentionally used.
It's going to be the values discussion, right? Which one do we like?
It's been
Specific reasons.
specific.
It blends in, you don't notice.
Exactly. But I definitely think this could be something beautification looks into as well, and maybe puts on a 5-year plan or something. I'll talk with Jana and Dave about that.
So as someone who's had a business downtown for 23 years, I first want to express my appreciation for the city investment, pros, public works. I mean, it's night and day to when I first started to now, and I know how hard you all work. Heidi, I'm wondering, while we have this discussion, can we like, this might go to pros and to Scott as well. I'm wondering if we put 45,000 in, I don't know what the DVA puts in. Can we create that position to be more of dedicated maintenance person for the downtown? Making sure the lights are all changed, the curbs are painted, all of the little things that I think streets may have a hard time getting to because you are overwhelmed, and this person would be dedicated to making sure that all of those functions are happening with trash pickup and graffiti. I don't know if that's possible to rethink that while we're
going through budget. We have a new director on the way, hopefully.
I would definitely like to hear Scott's opinion on that. We want to put the money toward just being maintained. So however that looks or however it works best, we're fine with that. I will say that the clean team, I struggle with them a little bit. Greg and I were having a nice walk down the other day and it was not looking good. And so basically, I think that it might be time to sit down with them and have a conversation about what does the future look like and where is our money best put. But again, I would have to let Scott talk on his behalf about an actual person from his team doing that.
Yeah, I think the clean team is obviously housed with DBA, so we don't have direct role. I think it could be some better coordination. I'm not sure that we would put them on tasks such as lighting. Let's keep that in streets and let's keep it specialized and let's stay ahead of it and not get behind. That's our focus. And we're committed to that. I think you're going to find that those infrastructure pieces are the city's responsibilities as they should be, but the envisioned clean team member was truly for that micro trash. And I think we need to maybe encourage that conversation and then work with our neighboring business owners as sidewalks get swept. That clean team member helps coordinate efforts and street sweepers come through at night. And I think there's some positive things that could occur with that position that might make sense. So there's a little more synergy and a little focused effort. Where it's housed, I don't really necessarily have an opinion. I think we take resources and put them to use as best as possible. I think that was their effort to try to pitch in. It's fairly low cost at $45,000. So we maybe need to rethink what that looks like as we discuss that with the future director. I think it's good effort, that's for sure, but it's going to take everybody. Those business owners have to help out too. I think that's where we've always seen that gap is, you know, who really picks up that micro trash? And I think that was where the clean team was headed. We could probably need to get that refocused where there's always got a designated person that's kind of tackling one piece of the problem with cooperative effort.
I appreciate what you're saying and I understand. Yes, where I'm coming from downtown is we could elevate maybe not a clean team person, but someone who their purpose really is to make sure that the trash, after big events, we have that cleaned up, we have the curbs painted, we have the light bulbs changed, and that is their focus. I don't know if that's clean team. I don't know if that's someone that, maybe we can rethink of all options.
Little conversation on that, and then I will let you know when the new DDA director gets hired. I will talk with them about the efforts of the plan. We'll get back to you.
Thank you again for all of it.
I think he wants to yank us. Are there any other questions?
Great job, guys. Thank you. We're not falling too far behind pace here. So Rick Tatter with your revenue update, and I think we'll only about 4 minutes behind. So.
Vice Mayor, members, Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Today's our time to give you a revenue update and some projections for next fiscal year as we start building our budget into fruition for our April retreat. As we met in December, I kind of showed you how we ended the year, last fiscal year, and we did pretty good as far as the fiscal year and in our revenue projections. And now we're going to go toward the future and see what we see in our future projections with several key revenue sources. First, to kind of explain our charts and what you'll see over the next few charts is our blue line is a measure of our actual expenses over the last 10 years. So those are true numbers, and that's kind of shows you our trend of revenues over a 10-year period. The orange lines you will see are projections we had and adopted last year during April as part of our budget retreat and budget adoption. The orange line represents what our current estimates are. The green line is our updated projections. So as we saw revenues for half of the year and we start looking and projecting forward, these are the numbers that we feel are pretty confident of reaching these revenues. So, the key that you want to see is green above orange. If the green's above orange, we've had some growth. We're above what last year's projections, and that provides us resources for the upcoming fiscal year. We'll look at a bunch of general fund revenues first. Some good news and there's some bad news as we look through these numbers. But we'll hit about 70% of the general fund revenues through the categories we'll show here. So these are big resources for us. But one thing to understand as we go through this, having a diversified set of revenues is important. We have about 20% comes from our sales tax, 30% sales tax, 30% from shared revenues, and then the 40% from property tax and other revenues like franchise fees, building permits, charges for services. So a good balance of revenues are very important for our organization. So for our sales tax today, here you can see that we are seeing a little dip in revenues in our projections for this year. We kind of did do a prediction of a little bit of a recession consideration last year when we were putting our revenue estimate together. This little drop is different. We really haven't seen revenues drop. What you'll see on the next slide, there's one category that we had an adjustment in that created an impact to those general fund revenues. It's a one-year issue, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. But going forward, we do see our revenues growing. We're not projecting a recession at this time, though there is words out there. Some people like to say there could be a slight or a slowdown. I think I'm more toward maybe a slowdown area for revenues and taxes and so forth. So these are based on those thoughts, not a recession necessarily in place. But remember, we do have a recession plan in place if we need it, if something like that occurs. And we all hope that doesn't happen. But we do build recessions in, and now the next recession is built in and out in fiscal year 30-31. So it's still in our 10-year plan, but not shown in these numbers. Here with these numbers, we're looking at about a $700,000 growth capacity in our general fund over the next several years annually. So good numbers to present there. Here's a breakdown of the categories that we have in our sales tax. I'm giving you kind of what our estimates were last year at the retreat, April retreat and budget adoption, and where our actuals fell in that comparison. We did pretty good. We were 132,000 over our estimates, which is pretty close as far as revenue estimates. There's just a couple categories that didn't quite make their mark. The contracting category and amusements were slightly below. Going forward to this year budget versus estimate, most categories are above what we estimated, except for that last line, the use tax. And the reason that one is below is because there was a one-time adjustment from a pretty major taxpayer that submitted taxes incorrectly, and they shouldn't have submitted a use tax on what they were providing in goods. So that adjustment happened over the last couple months. We do see this bouncing back and into normal revenues, and we have seen it the last couple months. But we do have that little gap in revenues there. But you can see that, revenues are doing very good. Our top categories in growth dollar-wise is our retail sales. They continue to do well. Our restaurants and bars continue to grow in their revenues and projections, as well as our hotels, short-term rentals, campgrounds, and those types of taxes are all very strong and are projected to continue. Part of this is, as we just talked about with Heidi Hansen and her team, and the investment we do in tourism and that group definitely helps us on all three of these categories. And the general fund also, not just BBB, but our general fund too. Now I'm going to go through three of our state shared revenues that we get from the state. State shared sales tax is the first one. This is a percentage of the total state collections is then distributed to cities based on our populations. So we get this monthly through the state. These revenues you can see are doing fairly well. They are meeting what our projection were as far as that orange line. And going forward, we do expect those to continue to grow. You may be hearing a lot of issues about state revenues. This is not one of the categories they're worried about. Their sales tax revenues are doing well and they are meeting the projections. I think they're projecting about a 4% growth. I'm a little underestimating where they're at for that. We estimated a recession in this number. We're not seeing it. So we are seeing that gap in that growth in those revenues going forward. I think we're at about 500,000 or so in growth over what we had annually, over what we had last year. Our state shared Autoloo, this is the vehicle registration monies that come back to cities. Again, it's a proportional share that we see. This one's doing well. It is meeting our projections. We're not seeing that recessionary type impact. Car sales are still fairly good and growing. And of course, newer cars, higher registrations kind of build that through. Not great growth in this numbers. It's not keeping up with, inflation and cost of service delivered, but it's positive. We do like to see that this revenues continue to grow, giving us capacity in our budget as we'll talk about a little later too. Here's the bad news that we're looking at and what has occurred over the last year. This is our state shared income tax. And this is the personal and corporate income taxes that at the state level. They distribute about 18% to cities and town, and then we get a percentage based on the population. In a couple of years ago, they moved it from 15% to 18% because of what they proposed as a flat tax, the 2.5% flat tax and income tax for personal income. So they tried to offset the impacts of cities with giving us a higher percentage of those revenues. So that's where you see a couple of years of great growth. But then as all the flat tax measures get implemented, we knew we'd be seeing a dip in revenues. We saw that coming. And so here you see an extra line that is put on this chart. It's kind of a brown line. I think it looks like a dark orange to me here. This is what JLBC was providing as their projections last year, as far as their dips and what they saw in growth in the coming year. You can see that I don't trust their numbers all the time. I'm always a little more conservative. And I was below that estimate in that orange line as far as what I saw. I saw bigger impacts happening at 2.5% flat tax implementation. So that's good news. However, as the state is seeing the collections, how they finished last year, we're far below what they anticipated and of course what we anticipated. And so now this is where we're going to see a gap and a reduction in our resources as far as the general fund going forward. Our projections are on the lower line. So the gap that we have to make up is from that orange to that green. That's what we're looking at as far as our city and our impacts. With growth in other revenues, and Brandy will share kind of our resources a little bit later, we're okay. We're able to offset with revenue growth in other areas. We're not in a cutting area at this time. We're able to balance our revenues as a whole. I want to go to the next slide for you, which gives you kind of more of the detail of where we're at. Again, the top one is what JLBC's estimates were last year. The orange are our estimates. And now the green line is our projections as well as what JLBC is projecting in the future. So this light green line here, I think we're kind of aligned over these next 2 years, but going forward, JLBC sees more growth than what we see as far as organization. I can never really trust when they put a 4, 5, 6% growth in their numbers. So I do tamper those down, but the 16 million here in fiscal year 25 is very well known because that's based on fiscal year 2024 tax collections. So they distribute that the year after those are collected. So the 16 million is the true number. And you can see that's $1 million gap from our projections we had last year during April retreat. Not good news, but overall, I think we're going to be fine. And then going forward, you can see that gap continues, it grows a little bit and then comes and stables out over the next few years. But this is the area that the state is really talking about shortfalls, although their message is they see it as a 2-year issue, not necessarily a long-term issue. We'll weather this through our revenues and our projections for the city of Flagstaff too. The individual income tax makes up about 75% of these revenues. That's why when those are impacted as far as the rates and so forth, it impacts the big dollar much more. Good news is we're all on a flat tax. We're paying less taxes as far as us as individuals across our state. That one. This is an interesting chart. You can see this is going up, down, and has a lot of volatility to it. This is our building permit collections. We're coming off of 3 years of over $3 million in revenues that we collected until last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, things were looking pretty good as we got into April, but then it's slowed down as far as what people hold as far as permits. So this is based on the customer actually drawing permits and paying the revenues, you know, something we can't really control when they want to start the construction cycle. So we did not meet our projection here, but that's kind of a one-time gap that we're looking at for this coming cycle. Year to date so far, they rebounded pretty well. We're over just around $2 million in actual revenues, which are beating our actual budget levels. So a dip, but a jump backed up. But this is where we don't budget at, you know, once we see the $3 million trends, we don't budget at those levels for building permits because we understand these are cyclical. And we don't want to get caught budgeting ongoing resources for something that is volatile like this resource. So we bring down our projections here at about a $1.9 million level, which over the last 10 years, there was about 3 times it was under that number, but mostly above. So that's what we have in store for our building permits. And anytime we're above it, that provides us one-time resources, which are always good too. One-time resources to invest in our community and in our operations. Next one's pretty boring. This is our franchise taxes, natural gas, electric,
Saying something when Rick said.
phones, telephones, and yeah, it had a bump last year, and that was because of natural gas. We did have an increased amount of revenues last year, and this is one where I'd like to do a little more analysis. I think when we have colder winters, more natural gas is used. Therefore, more collections and more taxes on our point. So while we had a bump last year, I kind of brought it back down in line with our previous projections were and taking those forward. And we'll see how that natural gas trend goes. We may see growth in the electric tax in the future as electric prices may rise. That also impacts our electric franchise fees. So we're not ready to predict on that one, but we're pretty flat and close to what our estimates were last year. So that was the major general fund revenues. Now I'm going to just touch on a couple other revenues that we kind of like to highlight with our retreats. First is our highway user revenue tax. And this is based on the gas tax collected at the pump, price per gallon. And this goes to the state and then distributes to the cities based on a kind of a complex formula. Some of it's based on where it's purchased and percentages. Here you can see we were, again, projecting kind of a slump. If we hit a recession, sometimes driving is something people don't want to do as much. So we kind of put a reduction in our revenues with HERF. It's one of the things that people may be able to control in their spending. So not seeing that things have slowed down in our community as far as, people move around, our sales taxes, so forth. Same with our highway use revenue tax. We continue to see growth in our tax collections that we get from the state for gasoline taxes. So this is a very positive impact and much needed for a highway user revenue fund. They're pretty tight on the resources that they need to spend to maintain our infrastructure. I guess the one thing to be concerned about is the level of growth. You don't see much growth when we're looking at the highway user revenue fund. That's because, as cars become more efficient, as we go to electric, we're not going to see those revenues grow as much. So this is pretty flat. It's good to see it above, but our concern is the future and what this fund looks like. Transportation tax, also related to, our sales tax categories that we showed early with the general fund, with the exception of the use tax. Here you can see the 10-year history. There was a couple bumps where voters authorized us to add additional taxes related to road repair and street safety, as well as the Route 66 and Butler pass that we're currently working on. So that's where you see the growth in the last few years. This one, again, we built in recessionary periods. We see this is doing fairly well, and we do expect this to grow similar to what we see in our general fund sales taxes. So we definitely got some capacity that we grow over the last year since the last year's budget retreat. Bed, board, and beverage tax, or BBB tax, is the last one I'll share with you. Here you can see a dip in our actual revenues a few years back. That was the COVID recessionary period. This is one of those that is pretty volatile when we get into recessionary talks and people not spending money on travel and visiting, and less money in restaurants and so forth. But how we approach it is different than what other organizations do. We don't slow down our investment. We increase our investment in these areas to help them bounce back and grow very well. So you can see since that recession, that 8.3 million, we're now up to 11.4. We're basically back on track. If you kind of look at the trend line, we're back on track to where we were projected many years ago. So great rebound there. With us not projecting a recession, again, these revenues are above what our orange line is. So we definitely see some growth in our BBB tax this coming year. So that's all I had for projections and tax updates and projections. Do you have any questions on those before I go to property tax? All right. I do want to talk a little bit about property tax considerations. Here is just kind of an outline of where we are as far as an organization. The rate is adopted by City Council. You choose what the rate is to get the levy or the revenues that we want for our organization. Annually, the state restricts it to increase by 2% in the levy, which is the revenue side, not the rate side, in the revenues that cities can collect. In addition, we can get the new building growth added to that tax base. So that's what we can do on an annual basis. We have not raised this for 4 years, and this will be our 5th year coming up. So now we have a capacity for fiscal year 24-25 of 10% capacity. In number wise, that's about a $744,000 levy increase, revenues to the general fund. In order for us to consider an increased revenues or give council the option to do that at our budget adoptions and tax levies, we have to do the 60-day public notice. This is required for all increases in revenues, like our user fees and so forth, water, wastewater, all those fees. So we are required to post that, and that's why we're kind of here today to see what your feels are as if we will post it. Doesn't mean we'll go to 10%. It doesn't say that we will do one, but if we were to at least have that option for the April retreat and the consideration, we will need to by April 19th. And I think our retreat is on the 23rd or 24th. I don't know if I have the right date there, but so we would have to do that posting. But this is just a public notice, and we have writers' options as far as what we say in our public notice and how it comes off. We could say we're just posting just for the option. Budget retreat, that's when it'll be considered. But not saying we're going to increase the tax. If direction is given at the retreat, we will need to have this in place in order to do additional work on our taxes as far as truth and taxation, another public notice that we have to do for the public and the state requirements. Here is just, well, this is one of those charts that we like to do. This is kind of where we were with the other ones. We got the 10-year history and where we are. So you can see the leveling off of our actuals on the blue line. That's because it's really just growth related taxes that we're allowed to collect and increase on. And going forward, we're keeping that a flat line. That's what we currently have in our budgets. We're not building in property tax increases on our side as far as the budget team and how we're balanced the 5-year plans, 10-year plans. So here you can see where that is. If we were to go to maximum tax rate levy revenues, you can see the orange line here or brown, not sure what it, whatever color. You can see where our projections could be, what the resources would be for the city of Flagstaff, getting that 1 year $744,000 bump plus the 2% levy going forward. It's just a picture for you to see.
Greg,
Yes.
can you go over again so that the legislature sets the tax rate?
Set the tax rate to receive the levy. The state statute puts the cap on it.
Okay.
Council sets the rate to collect the levy that we want.
But they, essentially, the legislature sets the cap.
The cap in increase in revenues on an annual basis. And once you forego it, you don't lose it. It just builds up. Each year, levy. I saw couple hands.
I'll go. Go back a slide or forward a slide. Okay. Keep it there. It's been my practice in the past to go ahead and thumbs up or green light the public notice, just to keep options available and open. I don't think we've actually ever raised this levy in the past several years. Here, correct me if my memory is incorrect on that.
It's been 4 years that we did not. And in the past we have.
I think we've put notice each year in the end. It hasn't created a lot of controversy or panic out there. And it's easy enough to explain. We're just keeping our options on the table. And we can also look back at the past 4 years and say we put the option out there, but we haven't done it. So this is just a holding pattern exercise. That would be my direction.
I'll get to direction on the last slide too.
Well,
you're ahead of it.
I'm already.
I can go there.
Could you restate how that is calculated and impacts the individual property owners? Is it based on their tax assessed value? How is that collected? Or how is that calculated?
That's a whole other calculation. So
You need a whiteboard.
Yeah, exactly. I'll punch over there. We set the levy. The council sets the levy. You set the levy as far as what revenues we want to collect in the next tax year. The county controls as far as how those assessments are made and put against each property. There's a cap as far as what the growth in the assessment is at the county level. It's a maximum 5% growth on the assessments on an annual basis at the county level for each property. So I don't have the math written out, but if we do a 2% levy increase, it washes out through all the properties. So each individual property is going to have a different impact based on how their assessed values grow year over year, or if they decrease. And so it just levels out that set of revenues over all the tax base. So it's not a definitive number that we can provide. It varies by individual. And we can come back and do more as we.
Just, if somebody hears that, they're thinking, okay, property tax going to increase 2%. Or, so I just wanted you to make that statement there and.
Won't be exactly 2%. Could be a little higher, it could be a little less. It varies. Jimmy?
I say that affectionately, with a lot of respect. There's a lot of, I've heard council people, not this council, but previous council members did not understand this. And a lot of people in the public did not understand. They think that if the average valuation goes up, that the average person will increase their taxes. And no, that's not true. This, and of course, we're only talking the city part of the, there's the school district, the county, and they all do all these things. But the city part, the valuations all go up. The tax rate goes down so that the amount collected is the same. So inflation does not make the amount of tax that the person pays go up. It can change. My house might go up 10%, neighbor next door might go up 8%. Well, so I'll pay a little more than them. But that's a very important concept to thoroughly understand. As far as should we give the notice, that discussion might be better had after we talk for the next day and a half about what the needs are. So my inclination is to go with the vice mayor and say, well, we don't know if we need it, but let's notice it just in case. But in effect, take into account inflation, we keep it level, then the taxes, adjusted for inflation are going down. And the revenue adjusted for inflation is going down every year. So even if we just increase it a little, that might be just to keep up with inflation and not in real spending capacity have any impact at all. So I hope everyone understands. Again, I've heard previous council members literally did not understand this. So if anybody here doesn't understand it, ask Rick. He'll explain it in more detail than I can. I hope so.
And, if you decide to go this way and we consider, we could definitely do more education at the April retreat and bring that forward for sure. But just to clarify, we're talking primary property tax versus secondary property tax. Secondary property tax is a rate that we set based on our voter authorization. And so that one will stay flat. So as assessed values go up 5%, those will increase in our coffers, but that's planned to pay back our debt. Primary property tax, you're right. We've been decreasing the rate for many years.
Yeah, it says primary right there.
Yeah. I know. Let me make sure. So that's kind of what we're looking for today. We didn't want to come back in a work session later and say, hey, we got to post this. We just thought we'd get some direction today from council, whether we post this notice, and we can work on language and move that forward. And again, it doesn't mean we're increasing the levy. Get directions. I've heard 1, 2, post.
Yep.
Okay. We'll move forward with that.
Post, according to Councilmember House.
Post with caution.
Send it to the post office.
Send it to Sarah Langley. All right. That's all I have on revenue updates. Good job. Thank you.
Rick got through a lot of information in less time. Good job. Is everybody ready for a break?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir. Let's take It's 10 after right now. Let's come back at 10:25. That'll keep us about 5 minutes. Okay? All right, Brandy Suda
Yes.
is up next. Let's give her a hand. So this way we know everybody's paying attention. Yeah.
Morning, Mayor and Council, Brandy Suda, serving as the city's finance director. So this next part of the presentation is going to cover our projected available resources, as well as our fixed cost projections for upcoming budget fiscal year 24-25. Starting off with our pension contribution rates. So this slide shows a 7-year history of our city pension rates for each of our different pension plans. First off, we have our Arizona State Retirement System, or ASS. For fiscal year 24-25, we are actually seeing a small decrease of 0.02% in this rate. So we have seen this rate is fairly stable, as you can see, over the 7 years. For our Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, or PSPRS, as you can see in the slide, we had a significant decline in the rate in fiscal year 2021 due to the issue issuing pension debt to fund the PSPRS unfunded liability. For fiscal year 24-25, police pension rates for both tier 1 and tier 2, as well as tier 3, are increasing slightly at 1.6% and 0.96%. This is due mainly to higher than expected salary growth for those individuals. Fire PSPRS rates for both the tier 1, 2, and 3, we are actually seeing a slight decrease of 0.44 and 0.33 in those plans. And then lastly, our elected officials retirement plan, or EORP, contribution rates continue to increase due to the large unfunded liability and the low funding status of this fund. We do not have rates for fiscal year 24-25 yet, but our fiscal year 23-24 rates did increase 6.07%. Currently, this fund, as of last fiscal year, was funded at 39%.
Cindy, do you know how many current or former electeds at the city are in that plan?
Not know who are in that plan. Everybody should be eligible, yes.
I think you have to be on council for 5 years or more to be eligible. So anybody that only had 1 term would not be on it.
Thank you. So how does those rates convert into money? So these are citywide costs. So with ASRS seeing a small decrease, we are seeing a small decrease in the amount with a projected total cost of $5.7 million in fiscal year 25. For PSPRS police, we are projecting in fiscal year 25 about $1.2 million, which is about $158,000 increase over the prior year. PSPRS fire is projected for a total of $1.3 million in fiscal year 25, which is a small decrease over the prior year. Lastly, the elected officials plan is at $316,000. This is a $135,000 increase. This is both due to rate increases as well as the increase in mayor and council salaries that's projected with this next election. So moving away from pension and talking about some of our other impacts. So the city has seen some significant cost increases on our operations citywide. We have seen, which has had significant impacts on the city's budget over the past several years and is impacting the fiscal year 25 budget. This slide is showing just a few areas that we're seeing the largest impacts, but we are seeing inflationary impacts across many areas within the city's operating budget. So first off, we have the cost of fuel for gas and oil. This has seen a significant increase, especially in the past 2 years, fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. That number continues to increase. And while we have seen fuel prices decline recently, we are still projecting to be about $368,000 over the city's base budget in fiscal year 25. Vehicle motor parts is another area we've seen a significant increase in, especially in fiscal year 25 and 22 and 23 actuals. You can see some pretty significant growth, over $500,000 increase each year over those 2 years. And are expecting a significant increase in 24 and 25. And we are anticipating overall citywide to be $2.5 million over the base budget in 2025. So you can see we currently have a base budget of $1.5 million citywide for on track to be at 3.6 in 24 and 3.7 in 25. Yes.
So, just in summary or in general, like, how do you project the increase in parts needed? Is it because of age of our equipment and vehicles?
So, the 24 is based on the first 6 months of the year where we've been and projecting out through what we anticipate. But I do think a part of that is, we've had, part of it is inflationary costs, right? The cost of parts has gone up significantly. If you talk to our fleet manager, he would say that. But also, we've had a challenge getting in vehicles, new vehicles, to replace some of our old. So we do have infrastructure related to our fleet. And so with those challenges of getting those vehicles in, that has increased this problem. And so I've projected a small increase in 25 until we can start seeing some declines in that.
And the utilities for electric is the red. What is the cause of the 22-23 increase?
The 22-23 increase.
A little jump up. Kind of in the middle of the screen. It went flat line and then it's gone up and then it kind of stays up at that next tier.
Yeah, I mean, a good chunk of this is related to water and wastewater. So I would say water is probably one of our largest users of electricity for pumping. And so that's probably the area. I don't know right off the top of my head. I could certainly look at which fund
increase or usage.
Yeah, no, the 25 increase that we're projecting is related to, we anticipate APS about a 7% increase in that rate. So that is part of the longer term impacts. So you can see over the past couple of years, many divisions have had to absorb these increases within their base budgets, and it is becoming increasingly difficult. So just wanted to bring that concern to your attention. Now, focusing more on the general fund. So those were citywide, focusing more on the general fund and moving into projected available resources as we're anticipating for fiscal year 24-25. So revenues in fiscal year 23 exceeded expectations largely to user fees within community development, as well as investment earnings, as well as some state shared sales tax, providing an additional $3.19 million in one-time resources. Also, as part of the fiscal year 2023, we saw overall expenditure savings of $4.4 million. This is mainly due to salary vacancies savings, as well as some contractual savings throughout the divisions and sections within the general fund, which creates additional one-time resources. And then based on the latest revenue projections presented by Rick, as well as continued strong growth Again, in our investment earnings, we are expecting to exceed budget revenues in fiscal year 24 by 2.24 million, creating additional one-time resources. For fiscal year 25, overall, we are anticipating total revenue growth of $1.4 million. However, we only anticipate 700,000 of this 1.4 to be available for ongoing and 700,000 in one time, as we do not expect this revenue to be sustainable at this level, particularly due to the decline in state shared income taxes, as well as we know investment earnings will decrease as the Fed rate decreases, and as well as those are anticipated. So overall, total capacity, we have $10.5 million in one-time available and 700,000 in ongoing within the general fund for budget allocation as part of the fiscal year 2025 budget. In comparison, so last year at this time, at this retreat, I was able to share we had $4.6 million in ongoing resources within the general fund and 20 million in one time. So this is a significant change from the prior year, fiscal year 24. And then lastly, I did include on this slide just that primary property tax, that 10% increase that would provide another $740,000 in ongoing resources. Again, focusing on the general fund, here are some of the known fixed costs for fiscal year 24-25. So the good news is the first on this list are already funded in the general fund budget. So pay for performance increases and step increases for city employees are funded in the 5-year plan. This is a cost estimate of $1.9 million annually. Known pension increases are also funded at the $135,000. Medical insurances, we anticipate that to increase 1.5%, and to maintain the current cost share ratio, that is funded at a cost of $115,000. Council salary increases that will go into effect after the election this fall is at a cost of $285,000, also funded. We also anticipate utility cost increases impacting the general fund by approximately $65,000. And while at this time we do not have known numbers for property, liability, and workman's comp, we could see up to a 20% impact increase in the upcoming year, which that does equate to approximately $500,000. Large impacts should we see 20% increase. Moving on to kind of looking at the state of all of the city funds. So here is kind of a radar where we are with all other city funds fiscal health. So green means it's a healthy 5-year plan for that fund. Yellow means, we're being cautious, and we do have some maybe longer term concerns about this fund. Now we do a 5-year plan for all of these funds. We actually do 10 years. We present 5, and we are looking to balance those 5 and 10 years so that money, something we promised today, we can deliver long into the future. And then red means these funds are currently struggling to balance their current operating and capital needs within their current revenue resources. So first we have the Highway User Revenue Fund, or HERF. This fund is in red, and while we have seen some in 2025 revenues, in the long term, this revenue is expected to slow considerably, and we are seeing some increased cost in staffing, as well as increased operating costs and maintenance needs. Again, that fuel and parts really hits this fund, particularly for the streets operation, and is certainly outpacing the growth of revenue in this fund. Transportation Tax Fund, they are green, so we are seeing strong growth in this fund to fund the many numerous capital projects within the transportation tax. Library Fund is red. Last year it was yellow. We are now seeing struggles to fund the increased cost of staffing, specifically related to minimum wage and our starting $18 an hour, as well as other operating needs. in addition to the increased cost of capital needs within this fund. The BBB funds. Again, we continue to see strong revenue growth in this fund to fund their operations and capital needs. The Water Resource Infrastructure Protection Fund, or sometimes we refer to as RIP, is currently balanced, though we do see some potential long-term concerns as operational cost increases are outpacing the revenue growth in the future years of the 5-year plan. Water, wastewater, and reclaimed. As we are all aware, we are currently going through a rate study, and all of these funds are struggling to balance their inflationary cost of operating cost, as well as the significant increase we've seen in highly needed capital projects throughout these funds, most significantly in our wastewater fund. Stormwater, with the recent approved rate increases, we have a balanced 5-year plan for this fund. Solid waste is another one that is in red. It is currently struggling to balance the significant increase in operating costs, especially gas and parts, as well as cost of overtime due to high vacancies, compounded by the significant increase in recycling with the abrupt termination of our previous contractor for MRF operations and moving to a transfer station for recycling services. Sustainability and the Environmental Management Fund is yellow. This fund is currently balanced, but we do see the potential for some longer term concerns as the long-term needs and expectations of this fund may outpace the revenue source. And then lastly, airport. Last year, I think we showed this fund as green. And while the airport has received significant grant revenue to support its operations and deferred maintenance needs over the past year, this grant revenue is coming to an end. And currently with one airline operating out of our airport, we see this fund struggling to fund increased operational cost within its current revenue streams. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Are we going to dig in to these red and yellow areas?
We may hit on some of these throughout these 2-day retreats. We will certainly bring it back to you in April as we discuss more. So the budget team has some time to really figure out how to balance these funds. So, we spend 3 weeks as a budget team looking at all the needs of the city and trying to balance all of our 5-year plans. But wanted to make you guys aware that there are some funds that we are seeing that are struggling.
How is the library fund funded?
So the library fund is funded with a county library district tax, as well as a general fund transfer.
That's a property tax?
It is a property tax, yes. And so last year, the county board did increase the rate for that. It's a secondary property tax. They did approve a rate increase, but they used that growth in the rate to fund new positions as listed in the IGA. And so really the revenue growth that we're seeing in this fund really is just related to assessed values.
That one is really under the control of the county more than the city.
Yeah, we certainly work closely with them. I know the library board and the library director, shares their concerns and the needs of the library, but yeah.
Thank you.
Certainly a challenge. Thank you.
Brandy, great job. Sure, no more questions for Brandy before she sits down? Okay, up next, we've got Jen, Jessica, Jared, Seth, our investing in employees update.
Woo!
Wow, that was kind of. Yeah, and I think we can do much better.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Jennifer Caputo, and I am here this morning to give you a little update on what we talked about previously in our Investing in Employees update. We did have a chance to go through and update our numbers for the full year of 2023. We ended on 203 recruitments, resulting in 359 hires and 20% movements. And the majority of these are slides that you have already seen last time, so I'm just going to touch on what's changed. As far as our applications, you'll see in 2023, we ended with almost 1,000 more than we had in 2022 at 4,280. And the majority of those, 78%, were from in-state, with 56% being Flagstaff locals, and that was within 30 miles of Flagstaff is what we consider to be local. Our demographics, 56% male, 41% female, with 2.45 declining to state and other 0.55. And then on the right side, what you'll see here is our ethnicity breakdown, with the majority being white, Hispanic or Latino, and then indigenous populations. Hires by source, you'll see here that the majority were through our City of Flagstaff website. Our vacancy rate, so previously when we came in November, it was 13.2. In January, it was 11.5% vacancy rate. So to learn a little bit more about, why we're having vacancies, why we're having withdrawals, we dug a little deeper into some of the data. And there are a couple different things we'll look at, one of which is withdrawing from the process. So that means it's before an offer is actually made, that they're dropping from the interview process or somewhere during the applicant process. In the year 2023, we had 478 people who dropped from our process. 278 of those didn't schedule an interview. 72 of them scheduled the interview but didn't show up. 55 accepted another offer. 5% cited cost of living or lack of housing, and 68 were some other type of reason. And then when we look at those that actually completed the process and declined offers, in 2023, we had a total of 103. So 38 accepted another position, 30 cited another reason such as personal, 26 declined due to salary, 8 due to cost of living, and 1 due to cost of benefits.
The decline due to salary could also be cost of living, lack of housing, right? I mean, that's the consideration with the salary.
Yeah, it could be. Usually when we follow up with them, we move them into our categories, but a lot of the time, you're right, it's a combination. Again, I wanted to revisit some of our positions that were difficult to fill and delve in a little deeper about why. So the first one I want to talk about is our streets operation tech. So we had 8 vacancies in that position, and there are a myriad of reasons why those vacancies were there, including interviews not being scheduled by the candidates, they're withdrawing, they're declining, accepting other offers due to the pay. So that was some of the reasons for that position. If I look at our court judicial specialists, those were, again, interviews not being scheduled by candidates, no showing for interviews, or those candidates just not being of the quality of what they wanted to hire as an employee. We did have one of our positions, the water services supervisor. We had some issues with candidates meeting the minimum qualifications. So that might be an opportunity for us to go back and work with the class and comp team to determine, and the managers to determine if those requirements are absolutely necessary for those jobs. In terms of short-term retention in 2023, these numbers are cumulative. We had one person that we hired that just didn't show up for work. We had 3 that showed up for work and only stayed a week. Sometimes we have them, they come to orientation on the first day and they just don't come back the second day. We had 5 that dropped within the first month, but as you'll see on this slide, I think our real area of opportunity is within that first 6 months, where we had 23 people leave. That's a pretty significant number of people. So I think we have an opportunity there to engage employees in trying to retain them. And then 2 more had left by the end of that first year. And you've seen this slides previously, but just to refresh your memory, some of the things that we've done that have been successful is our employee referral program. So current employees receive incentives at the time that someone they refer is interviewed, hired, and then stays for an entire year. We've also increased our participation in job fairs. It did decline due to COVID, and they're slowly coming back to in-person. So we have begun participating, especially at NAU and CCC. And then we also partnered with the library to do our first citywide job fair, partnering with other divisions. And we're working on our second one coming up in 2024. We've also given our hiring managers more autonomy, so they don't have to rely on HR so much for our services. So they can do things like schedule their own interviews and place their own advertisements. We also have really worked to try to get people who are not qualified by the defined terms to meet those qualifications in other ways. So an example would be if a job requires a bachelor's degree and you have a candidate that doesn't have a bachelor's degree, but maybe they have 4 years of experience, we would consider that to be equivalent. So the majority of our job descriptions do have that other category. So we've worked really hard with the hiring managers to say, you know, if you want to hire this candidate, how can we get them to meet those minimum requirements? And then we continue to work with hiring managers as positions come up, just to see if there are any other resources that they know of where we can advertise positions and obtain more candidates. Opportunities for improvement, one of which would be definitely workload management. We currently have 71 open recruitments. We have a vacant recruiter position. We have an analyst that is working full-time in recruitment and carrying the majority of the load, Ye Kim. And then we have Annika, who was recently promoted to the manager and is still carrying some of those recruitments. So we're in a little bit of a lag because of our vacancies, but we definitely have some great people in our team who are working really hard on keeping everything moving. And then, you know, we just really have the opportunity to do some things differently and use some technology. This year in the budget, we're going to be asking for something called Spark Hire, which is a video interviewing tool, which makes it really nice because we all know how busy we are and it's really hard to get everyone together to video or to interview. So this makes it possible for the candidate to record their interview, and then each of the people on the interviewing team can watch it at their own as time allows. It's really nice for things like screening interviews. Things that hiring managers can do to help us out is to continue to look at their applications as they're sent through and do those SME reviews, and as those candidates are coming through, looking ahead at their calendar instead of waiting until the very end of when the position closes to set up the interviews, is just looking at and just trying to speed everything up and plan ahead as much as we can. It helps us to not lose some of those candidates to other processes. And then we continue to review a minimum of 25% of our positions for market adjustments annually, which help us stay more in line with the market for salaries. Any questions on recruitment? Yes.
Two. When you compare these positions, 25% to market, what market? Like, because we have a higher cost of living up here, are you just looking in the market general throughout the state, or?
Do you want to answer that, Jessica? Sure. She's working as our interim cost and comp manager, so I'll let her explain more about that.
Yeah, so we have identified similar cost of living benchmark organizations. It includes local employers, higher cost of living cities such as, Scottsdale and Palm Springs, and it even includes like regionally higher cost of living. Regardless of the benchmark we're using, though, we use what's called a COLI factor. And so we actually purchase cost of living data for all of those benchmarks, and then we adjust up or down. So if we're using, in theory, Lake Havasu, we adjusted upwards based on Flagstaff's cost of living compared to Havasu. We have about 26 benchmarks. It's fluctuated between 24 to 30, but the core stays about the same for consistency. And were the evergreen, the ones we used in the evergreen study, the latest kind of citywide market process, and then we've just continued.
My other question is, with the people that leave a year, I know the cost to onboard a new employee, it's expensive. Are we doing exit interviews? Because I'm suspecting that they come in and then they realize, coming from out of the city, I can afford to live here. The salary looked great. I had no idea how much it costs to live here. Are we capturing that information?
Yeah. So a couple different opportunities with exit interviews. We send out a link that the employee can fill out an online survey and answer those types of questions. And then we also give them the opportunity to come in and speak to a team member if they're interested in doing so. But we hear that a lot. We also try to do our best to encourage hiring managers to talk to the candidates during interviews about the cost of living in the housing market in Flagstaff so that they're aware of it before they accept a job and try to move here. Always on our list because we all know something that we have to deal with on a regular basis.
In terms of recruiting, do we try and take advantage of like our interns and our Vistas and our AmeriCorps and all of those type programs that are working for the city already, to see if they could fit into any positions that we might have, looking at their skills and ability, even though it may not be that department. Maybe they've had other experiences in another department or in another area, but now they're working in recreation.
Yeah, we actually have an example of one of those on our team. So Annika was our, right out of, during college, she was our intern. And then we hired her as a recruiter and she's moved to analyst and now she's moved up to manager. So. Any other question?
Since I've been on council, and this is maybe a question for you or our officer over here, a real significant problem recruiting enough police officers. That's that in various ways, one of which is giving an extra boost to the police salaries. So how are we as far as recruiting police officers, and whoever want to answer it?
Take that one.
If you want to start through numbers, then I can get perspective. That work?
I am not sure what the current vacancy rate is for police officers. All kinds of help.
Yeah.
So our police recruitment numbers we went to a step pay plan and that has increased. Unfortunately, we've still seen some issues with retention, people leaving. But it's not so much about the money. It seems like it's more about friend lives elsewhere or need to be closer to mom and dad kind of things. We're still at, I think, hovering right around 10, 11 vacancies right now. But we are getting a lot of interest from lateral officers. Lateral officers are officers that are sworn and certified at other agencies coming to us. And most of those are coming from out of state, but we've done some really good recruitment there. Our dispatch has really been a success story. We upped their pay to get them towards the higher end of the market. And I think we're down to only like 4 vacancies. Got a ton of them in training, so just be patient if you call 911. They are learning and we're getting there, but that was predominantly due to pay increases. Mayor and council and city manager.
Just to add to that, I'll talk a little bit more in my EAC presentation. But to your comment, we have had our interns move up to our police aides. Now we've successfully started our academy. We had them go there and now they're out working on the road. It's been a huge success there. We've been creative in our efforts. In my opinion, the recruitment's been much better. Now we need to focus a little bit more on the retention. We'll talk a little bit about that. There's multifaceted to it. But the improvements have absolutely helped over the last 2 or 3 years. The other cities made even greater jumps. Had we not done that, I don't know if we would have enough to even hire anyone. So definitely appreciate that.
I appreciate the comments.
Those are 2 recruitments that we keep open for the entire year. So just make sure that people are coming in and qualified. All right, I am going to move on to our benefits update. So the good news is for this next fiscal year, we are not going to see any increases for vision or dental insurance. And we've also been able to get a 1.5% increase for medical. So based on the last few years, this is really good news. Randy mentioned this earlier, to fund 72% of the employee plus one is what the budget team usually recommends. And to do that again this year, it would cost us $115,000 to maintain that ratio. And then the cost of the increased health insurance and the pension would be a total of $250,000. And then if you want to take a look at what the actual rates would be for the following year, I want to point out one of the most, I think, important columns is of course, it's the city cost, but the employee costs. And you'll see that those are going up between $1.52 and $12.73 for the highest plans. So that's much better than it's been recently. Okay, any questions on medical? I am going to hand it over to Jessica.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica. As Jen said, I'm the interim HR manager for classification and compensation, given my previous work history in the department. So today I'm just going to cover some compensation priorities as we look ahead, recognizing these will not all be funded this year. I want to provide a big picture of where we want to continue taking our compensation plan. First, so in speaking with different work groups, even just internally within the city, such as like EAC, we recognize that terminology has different meanings. So on this slide, we'll see different definitions of the terminology we use in our compensation team, and specifically ones that have been applied previously in the city before. So a compression adjustment occurs when eligible individual employee salaries are adjusted upward to better position them in their range. The pay ranges themselves are not adjusted in this case. Compensation adjustments help to alleviate the narrow pay differences between employee salaries based on their experience and tenure. Examples of ineligible employees in this case would include those that have had a salary calculation review since the most recent policy change, including new hires, employees who have had a position change, or those that are topped out. A cost of living adjustment occurs when eligible individual employee salaries are adjusted upward, and again, the pay ranges themselves are not. A COLA is designed to help employees maintain their purchasing power in the face of inflation and changes in the overall cost of services and goods. Examples of ineligible employees for this group include those in step plans and those that are topped out or close to the max, regardless of what pay plan they're in. A market adjustment occurs when pay ranges and employees are adjusted upward to maintain a competitive position within the benchmarks. Market-based pay generally means the average of the market positions are paid for performing similar job duties and functions. Market adjustments provide the most impact to both recruitment and retention because the entire pay range shifts. Therefore, new employees are hired into an appropriate range, and those that are highly experienced and farther into their range or even topped out are adjusted as well. The city does have internal checks and balances to ensure that we're remaining internally equitable. We're committed to maintaining that balance between the external market and our internal equity. The adjustment amounts vary based on their position movement in the market. And finally, with merits, a merit occurs when an employee receives a compensation adjustment based on their eligibility, and the amount received is typically based on their performance. Ineligible employees would include those that are topped out of their pay range or who receive evaluation rating. So I'm filling in for our interim HR director today, Allison Eckert. And so this information had previously been provided to you. I'm quickly going to recap as a reminder. To recap what Allison had covered in the last budget retreat, we have seen more support towards building a healthy compensation structure, and we really wanted to acknowledge that again here today. Thanks to many in this room, including our council, our budget team, and our city manager's office, we have made some great progress towards investing in employees, which supports our high-performing governance. Let's see, so in FY22, as a reminder, it was really a catalyst for our new pay structure and reprioritized our compensation goals. We implemented the pay structures we have today, applied compression adjustments, and reinstated the ongoing merit increases that had previously only been applied 3 of the past 13 years. In fiscal year 23, that continued momentum included merit increases, additional compression adjustments, and an early minimum wage implementation. In fiscal year 24, that's when our pay for performance was implemented. Market adjustments were applied to all pay ranges and pay plans, and the city increased the starting wage to $18 an hour to account for Flagstaff's minimum wage increase. Looking ahead, we would like to keep this momentum and continue investing in our employees by continuing the pay for performance merit increases, which have already been funded in the 5-year plan. Considering citywide market adjustments, which support the recruitment and retention, it supports us maintaining our competitive starting wage, and it focuses on adjusting positions that are farthest, and it focuses on adjusting positions to their fair market value. Market-based pay has significant benefits to our organizations when we can fund it. Market-based adjustments rely on the external data, which helps us set competitive salary ranges. Market-based pay is designed to attract and retain skilled employees by offering salaries that are competitive with what other employers are providing. It ensures that the organization remains an attractive option for top talent. And this structure supports employee motivation. Knowing that their compensation is in line with the market standards can motivate employees. It provides them with a sense of fairness and recognition for their skills and contributions. Among many other reasons, it's an objective decision-making tool. Market-based pay relies on external data, reducing the bias in compensation decisions. It provides a systematic and data-driven approach to setting our salaries, which can contribute to a more objective decision-making. I purposely spent a little extra time on the market adjustments today, given that these will hopefully continue to be a priority as budget allows. And continuing our HR fund for HR, for the past 2 years, the city's budget included a market adjustment budget for HR to make mid-year adjustments when positions are identified below market. The HR team has established a process to identify below market positions, which does include the difficult to recruit positions and regular market reviews. We are asking for this market adjustment budget, given the success we have seen it have, and an increase to the budget, given the past need and utilization of the funding. And then finally, considering additional compression adjustments. The compression adjustments in FY22 and 23 were only a partial correction. In FY22, no employee at or above the midpoint of their range received an adjustment, regardless of how much experience or tenure they had. And some employees haven't had a position change since the new pay structure implementation and the compensation policies. The last slide reflects some costs based on our internal market reviews. We understand that not all of these priorities will be funded. However, the goal is to keep this plan on the top of the priority list, given the feedback we have received on the employee survey, the number of positions we see falling behind the market, the continued recruitment and retention challenges, and maintaining the focus on employee investment. Thank you, Mayor and Council and members of leadership for your time today. If there's any questions.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Hope everybody's doing good today. We drew the short straw today to go before lunch, so if you bear with us, we only have 45 slides and lunch is ready to go. Seth Greger, Jared Witasick with EAC. We're on the budget team. Me and him were reflecting just earlier how long we've been doing it. 12+ years on EAC. And just for historical perspective, we've seen some rough years in the past, and we've really benefited from all of your support, staff support for the commitment to compensation and benefits and all of that stuff. So once again, we want to thank you for that, and we do appreciate it, and hopefully just continue it forward as Jessica and Brandy have shown. So I'm just gonna hit some highlights. I guess I have this.
Let me set stage real quick, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
On that topic, I have been a part of the EAC for about 12 years, served in multiple different roles. I kind of found my niche and my passion with the compensation side, something I'm truly passionate about. And then the other side of that coin is trying to make the city of Flagstaff by far the best employer to work for. That's been my dedication, at least for the last 5 years. As Seth said, I have been on the budget team, and those improvements over the last 3 years has been a huge increase. Like, unbelievable from the morale perspective, the talent we're able to bring in here, the talent we're able to retain. So those things are making a difference. There is just some opportunity where we could still get a little bit better in those areas. One of the main thing is that recruitment and retention. You guys have heard those terms before. I know I said them last year to you guys, but it's super important. They kind of tie in together. A lot of your questions you asked today, you guys are already aware of this, hitting right on the head. So we appreciate that. But that's going to be the lens we're going to talk about from. HR's presentation really highlighted that with their numbers. They're showing that we're having a little bit of a difficulty bringing in some of that higher talent to those positions. A lot of people are declining them. Some of it's financial reasons. You noted very expensive to live here. We can't adjust that as a city. I get it. Housing costs is going to do what it's going to do. But we can hopefully help keep those market pay plans in place. That way to help offset some of those increases. So, and then also from that recruitment side, the more vacancies we have open, the more burden we're putting on our workload, more workload we're putting on our current employees. We saw that about workload management. It's going to get to the point where these super high performing employees are just going to get burnt out. They're doing too much work. They don't have that healthy work-life balance, and they're going to start leaving to other agencies that are willing to pay them a little bit more and offer them a lot lower workload where they can go out, hang out with their family, and just have that good work-life balance. So a lot of our recommendations are going to come from that perspective. So just kind of setting the stage, and we'll kind of hit on it.
So the process of how this worked in EAC is we kind of got a late start to the priorities coming out of that, but we did come to a good list that I don't think it's going to be a surprise to all of you. And it really supports what Jessica just mentioned. But it was one of the most seamless processes that we went through in EAC. Everybody was in agreement on a lot of these things, not a lot of back and forth. And it was, like I said, it was very smooth. So just high level here, and Jared will dig into some of these a little bit more, but just to reinforce what Jess says, continue those pay for performance, the step pay plans, which funded for 5 years as of now. And then the compensation recommendations that are coming out of HR, they do have a budget to make those market adjustments with a budget attached to it. And
and being able to increase that budget so that they can make those changes throughout the year as the market changes. The cost sharing on the medical, addressed by previous speakers, 1.5% is lowest I've seen. I think last year was over 5%. And that's already been funded through what you already saw. The 2 holidays, EAC is in support of it. And then you'll see a little bit more on the parental leave when we talk about it, which is very important to that retention when people are having these different kind of situations.
So on the pay for performance, I worked here through the whole 10 years of 2008, 2018, where we had 0 increases. Nothing was built in. It was always looked at as an afterthought. Like, hey, if we have enough money, sure, then we'll give it to you. At times it was a 0.6%. Those kind of things don't help. They don't keep up with inflation, CPI, any of that stuff. So we can't iterate enough how important this was for you guys to put that into our budget. It's in there for the next 5 years. So thank you so much for that. That is huge foundation for us to build on. Without that, we couldn't have any sort of compensation plan that would stand up to anything. So thank you for that. Thank you for the continuation on that. As far as the market adjustments go, to Councilmember Matthews' point as well, we are very expensive to live here. This is extremely important to look at it from that lens, see what those competitive agencies are paying our people. And when they take it from us, making sure that we can recruit at that level, looking into the fact of what our cost of living index is. And Greg's not here, but he recognized how important this is. And he actually put together a committee just for compensation. So there's a special group of people looking into this, trying to get creative ways to address this. So on that topic, any funds right now that the city could put towards it, EAC supports. Initially, we weren't sure how much money was coming in. We made these recommendations prior to our number, coming in at just $700,000. We see that's a lot lower number than the 4.5 we had last year. With that in mind, we would definitely recommend this is our #1 priority, doing that market. If money allows for the other stuff, that's where it comes in. We understand the council's already talked about those 2 holidays. There is a cost value to it. We support any decision you guys go with that, one way or the other, or whatever city leadership does with it. If the money's there and they want to do it, great. If not, we can look at it next year, and we understand the money's tight and other priorities come up. Same with that parental leave. We'll get into that on the next slide though, or 2 slides, sorry.
And this is kind of a ranked list right here.
Yeah, with #1 market, 2 would be the medical, which again is already funded. 3 holidays, 4 would be that parental leave.
And we know the holidays would be, we support it. It's out of our hands because all of you are driving that, and that's.
We trust you guys on all that.
Yeah. And that one does benefit the group as well.
And we talked about #1 voice concern by employees. Everyone's seen it. Inflation goes up. Other areas have had very, very sharp increases in their pay. It's something we need to stay on top of. That the budget that's currently there for market adjustments, we're afraid as these other cities and other organizations continue to grow higher, we might not have enough money to hit 25%. So we just want to make sure that it's funded healthy enough to hit that 25% mark. And if there is a little extra money, maybe address it there. Finding is some of the studies show that certain positions are significantly behind market. Some might be 20, 25%, some might be 5%. So we're trying to focus on those that are the furthest behind, hardest to recruit, hardest to retain. We're kind of looking at it from a holistic approach to figure out where can this limited amount of money best be placed to address that, to kind of help Team Flagstaff come back together, fill all those vacancies, retain all our high talent, and then from there, hopefully then move on as a group. And on the parental leave, we have seen just kind of as a society in general, they've highlighted this, which we agree with. It's very important. Bonding time with kids, having that healthy work-life balance. A lot of them have expanded the parental leave up to 12 weeks. Just so everyone knows, we currently do have 4 weeks, which for a long time we had 0. So the increase to 4 is a large increase. We are by no means saying, yes, absolutely have to do 12 weeks right now. Just kind of give you guys a reference to it. There are other agencies that do it. We would support an increase if the funds are there to something greater than 4. If it can't happen now, this is definitely going to be a future item we can come back to. But again, it helps that work-life balance, helps that bonding, and it's another recruitment tool for people to come here to be able to see a complete benefits package. It's just one part of it.
Sorry to disappoint. Any questions right there? Or we don't move on because that's it.
Just to be clear, parental leave isn't just maternal.
Correct. It would be if you have a child, there's certain parameters in it. But yeah, father, mother, and you're a city employee, then it'd be a city funded. This doesn't go into FMLA where they have to allow you to use your own time for up to 12 weeks. This would be on top of that, meaning you could use the full 12 weeks of city paid time and not have to use any of your time. That's what other agencies are doing. Currently, we have 4 weeks that is city paid time, and you can still use your time for the rest of those 12 weeks. So vacation, comp time, sick time, whatever you have accrued as an employee.
What if you're not a parent?
What do you mean?
I'm starting to think out loud. You can shut me down at any time, but I'm always trying to figure out the angles that other people are thinking about. Is there a certain level of resentment or jealousy is probably too strong a term for employees that aren't parents or will never be parents towards this kind of work? Is it seen as not fair and balanced? I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from on that. When we were talking about the subsidies to family insurance, we came across this years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. I think there's going to be some out there definitely would share that, but I think we have to be aware of that when making these recommendations to what we do, kind of balance that. Through the subsidies with the health insurance, it turned out to be, as long as you didn't pay for all of the families, paid a little bit more. If you guys saw on that slide, it's still pretty expensive. I think it's $500 or $600 at family healthcare, where if you don't have a child or don't have someone with you, it's free. So there's a big enough discrepancy there. I think you'd have more of that if it was free for everybody, and then now they're getting a benefit that I'm not, all because they don't have a family or kids. So I definitely understand where that's coming from. That has been talked at EAC. It's kind of one of those things you got to balance.
And I'm certainly not one of those critics. I'm just trying to think about.
I appreciate it. Appreciate
I think
that.
part of that there was discussion on that as far as when we were ranking them, when we were trying to capture what affected the most people. And that's why that one possibly could have went down, but it came down to the priority that affected the most people, which was market.
Has there been a discussion of leave for dealing with aging parents?
Does that come under family medical leave?
I don't know. Someone at FMLA does. Okay.
If a parent has a sickness.
But not paid by the city.
It's not city time, correct?
Qualifying event under that. You guys mentioned market, something I totally forgot and skipped over. Apologize for this. One of the main reasons why we're recommending market, Jessica hit it, but it was real slight. I just want to emphasize it. It hits every single person within that plan. So you're talking to very starting people all the way to topped out. Last year, we didn't touch topped out people, which I'm totally fine with. However, if we continue to do that for multiple years, you're going to have these super high performing employees that are kind of stagnant. And then where every other agency is kind of going up, these offers they're getting are getting better and better each year. We can't stay competitive with it. They might get to the point where, you know what, now it's worth it. It's worth it to make that change. It's worth it to go down to Phoenix or change jobs because of that. So I'm not saying it's the highest priority to hit topped out people. We just have to look at it from that holistic approach where that market will absolutely do that. It hits the bottom end, people in the middle and the top end, and creates that healthy compensation plan throughout.
After spending 30 years in industry at different companies, I kind of use that as a reference point of what I think is reasonable. So on maternity leave, where I worked, they gave 0 time off for the fathers. I was a manager, so I usually just say, take a couple days off. I was talking like 2 days. And I think the women, I'm not sure, I think they got like 2 weeks off or something. So to me, 4 weeks seems like enough. Just one guy.
A lot of those numbers are coming from just comparable cities that in the state around us is those increases that have been put into place to affect that recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
To add some context too, sorry, on that exact point. EAC itself did not say, hey, we need 5 weeks, we need 7 weeks, we need this. It was purely we gathered data to see what other agencies are offering. And as the kind of culture has changed on how they view it, this is now part of the benefit package that when people are applying for NAU, state of Arizona, federal jobs, this is part of their compensation packet, and that could be a factor. That's more of the discussion we had. That's why if you look on that, it's just expanding it to something now or in the future. It's just something to look at as a recruitment and retention tool if possible.
Okay, say one thing that's a little philosophical. Kind of goes contrary to the one I just mentioned. And I was a manager at what's now Honeywell. And here's what I figured out. I only had to do two things, and my employees did everything else. I had to hire the best people available, and I had to keep them happy.
Absolutely.
So philosophically, that's kind of where my head is at. We need to treat the employees well. And as far as every little detail of all these options we went through, a lot of that, I think I'm receptive to what the city manager might recommend and what your committee might recommend. But philosophically, hire the best people, keep them happy, and that's all you have to do.
A sorry about that. A lot of these are reinforced by the employee survey as well.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Which one had a hand up first? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna take some liberty and be philosophical too.
Okay.
So I hear us saying that the housing issue is nothing that we can't do anything about that. Well, I'm gonna push back a little bit and ask, have we thought about what it is that we can do for employees? So example, when I came here 30 years ago, you offered me on-campus housing, part of my compensation. I stayed in that apartment with a 13-year-old for almost 4 years. Great, absolutely great. By the time I left, I was able to get into a place. Okay, so I think that maybe we haven't thought creatively about how we might address that. And this is a Sterling kind of a thing, and this is a city manager kind of thing. But I wonder if we just did a housing bond, so I wonder, what about the housing bond? What about y'all? What about y'all, whoever else? Have we ever even thought about coming together and trying to think outside of the box about how we could fix this or at least help? Now, it doesn't mean that we're gonna do it for every single employee. Maybe we do, because maybe we can figure that out legally and, gift clause and all that other kind of good stuff. But it would be at least worth it to explore. What is it that we can do?
School district is looking into that. School district is looking into that.
Yeah, well,
Doing it in Prescott.
what can we, so I don't want us to keep saying, no, we can't do anything about it. No, I'm not dumping on anybody, but I want us to think creatively and say, we hadn't thought about that. Sterling, can we do that? Is that illegal? Does it get us in trouble? And he's gonna say, no, you can do that. That's creative. Yay, hoo-hoo.
Councilman Harris, I apologize real quick for my comment. I didn't mean it in that manner.
No, I know.
No, I totally support where you're coming from. My comment was more on the housing market itself.
Yeah.
The city has no bearing on whether a house is 750 or 900. We just don't have that.
Oh, we
Workforce housing standpoint, absolutely. And this is speaking outside of EAC, more from the police department side. We have absolutely asked about that. We need something. Our recruits, when they first come up here, moving their first job at 21, cannot afford a house here. It's impossible. So if there was some sort of workforce option for them first couple of years like that, absolutely be open to it.
And what about the 5 people or the 8 people that we lost? Some of it was because of, expenses, and then the other 5 right away. So right there's 13 people that we lost. So.
Sarah Dar, I think, has a solution.
No pressure, no pressure. Anyway, so that's my little tirade.
Jared is perfectly right about the market. We can't control it. We don't control it. If we tried to, we'd be in all bunches of trouble. On the employee assisted housing side, have we thought about those things? Absolutely. We have an employer assisted home, EAH, employer assisted home buyer assistance program.
Talking about the home buyer assistance program.
I know. That's where we started. Started in a pilot program with the police department. We tried some things out, some things worked, some things didn't. Then we expanded it citywide. Are we having conversations about acknowledging what that those needs are greater than home buyer assistance, that those needs are employees coming in. I don't want to say it's every time Musselman sees me, but I want to say that it is at least 80% of the time. We talk about the need for even just dorms for police recruits. What does that look like? What if we had pros brought forward or park parcel, because we're not supposed to say public works, what do we call it? Park Annex, thank you. It had some limited employer assisted housing on there, units that we could have used this way. It wasn't approved for that to be on there. So we're making forays where we can. Our funding is limited. And when we get down to the community conversation of, is the city, are we investing funds in the community? Are we investing funds in our own employees, especially when we're looking at a budget situation that Mr. Tatter rained on earlier today? Those are really hard conversations. Do we have a list? We do. Have we talked to legal? We have. Have we looked for other funding sources? We do on a regular basis. It's not a super easy nut to crack. Having support from our elected bodies certainly helps, and that acknowledgement. So we're,
okay,
we have ideas. We also have a super full plate already.
So I know that, and I'm gonna stop you right there. And so please, I'm gonna keep pushing on this, because if we don't ever do something, we will never do anything. And they continue every year to come back here, and our staff will stand up here, bring in the kids, feeling like they can't do anything. I mean, at some point, something's gotta happen. I'm just, and please don't hear this as dumping on anybody, because that's not what this is about. Please hear this as being frustrated that we're losing good talent for something maybe that we can do about. Sterling is an amazing creative person. I know he can figure something out.
On you, Sterling.
Yeah, Sterling, it's all about you, So anyway, that's just my thing, is that we got to do something.
Look at anything and give it a review. We're happy to look at anything, give it a review from a legal.
So anyway, thank you. I'm gonna stop there because y'all are tired of hearing me whine.
Thank you. Hold on just a second, Councilmember Matthews, did you?
I had another comment I think helps the conversation. So another barrier to the city creating housing on city-owned property is the public facility zoning district. It allows some very limited housing. There's an amendment that's going to be coming to council here very soon to add housing as a facilities, which again is the majority of the land the city owns. So this was a strategy identified in the 10-year housing plan. So we're bringing that amendment forward. So it's just another barrier getting us closer. But I do think the biggest thing is the cost, just getting the resources to build some employee housing for city of Flagstaff employees.
And the last comment, and then I'll stop and let other people talk. What about public-private partnerships? I know that the state did that. I know NAU did it. Your state, how did they get to do it and we can't?
I don't have the resources.
Public-private partnerships.
Public-private partnerships. Maybe not specifically for our employees, but in serving the community. I want to piggyback on what Dan said really quick, please, is that PF, yes, is the bulk of the land the city owns, but I want to be super clear that housing, parks, facilities, we work together, and we know that housing is not land grabbing. We know pieces were acquired for, parks were promised, parks plans are underway, et cetera. So we're not thinking we're putting housing on. It would just eliminate one of the barriers for the pieces of the land that we do have. We've also looked at things like, would we do a rental assistance program for new employees? One of our private employers in town has a decreasing subsidy. They comes in, and I don't know the money amounts, especially off the top of my head, but they get a housing stipend for their first year in this amount. Next year it goes down. We are looking at those things. How could we do those? What would they look like? Would it only be for certain departments? Would it only be for employees at a certain level? Acknowledging that we have employees I'm gonna call Mr. Paul Mood out a little bit because I know he has struggled in finding a home to purchase in our community. And so it's not only it is our 21-year-old officers coming in, but it is also folks at other levels. So I'm not ignoring it.
So, thank you. And
I'm telling, go ahead and I'm not in charge.
you can be in charge. Dan answered part of it because I was curious on what restrictions we have with city-owned land. We need housing units for the public versus employee housing. And I remember a conversation many moons ago with Chief Musselman about that parcel of land turning off Lake Mary onto JW Powell that used to have, I think they have some water reservoirs that aren't really used for employee housing. But, you know, I think just having the conversation and brainstorming, you know, we're at JoJo's place. And that'd be great for, you know, new recruits, new hires to rehab. So there's a lot of different out of the box thinking, but definitely I'm hoping, I know everybody puts in a request for FTE. And I think we kind of came in short on housing, and I'm not saying, you know, what the outcome will be, but I, for one, don't want to hear that staffing limitations are the reason why we can't move forward our housing because it's a crisis and everybody's impacted. So I want to make sure that you're hearing me, that now's the time to talk about that instead of saying, well, next year I'll put in for another FTE and stuff. And I know that's a budgetary discussion later on, but I want to encourage you that we don't want to hear that. So we want to support that. And I'm saying I'm assuming, but I know that it takes a lot of staffing to do, and you guys have a lot on your plate because you have a lot of different moving parts here and stuff. And we do want to make sure that we are addressing the housing issue. And we hear all the time that we've been talking about this for 30 years and nobody's doing anything. And it affects every aspect of our city and the health of our city. And so I think it's time for us to really take some hard looks and out of the box thinking to actually make a change and make a difference. And so hold on to your hats, because, you know, it's like, Sarah, what about this, you know? And you can tell us we're already working on that, but, you know, just to put it out there. So.
But city employees are community people too. So I don't know why we're thinking that city employees aren't community people.
No, not, but there's that challenging piece in the community.
Set it for an employee housing base. And I know we do have a private business owner that has started an employee housing program that's been successful, and I hope we can learn from that and expand from that, because he can do it.
To get me.
Be able to do it.
And I have a slide coming up after lunch where I'm gonna go now, but I have a slide coming
up. Love your slides. Thank you.
It's just one.
Any other questions for us? I mean, the EAC questions, go ahead.
Yeah, this is changing topic a little bit. Just trying to cover all the bases, thinking a little bit outside. And I'm going back in time here and putting on my first responder hat. So maybe this question is biased towards police, fire. But what are some of the other incidentals that you're missing that you'd like to see, some of the perks? You know, I'm thinking along the lines of, you know, having your own gym, your own rec facility, pickleball courts. I don't know, like what are some of the peripheral stuff that really makes the job attractive, that we're missing, that other agencies might have, and we could be more competitive if we invested in that sort of thing, that universe of extras.
Getting out of the EAC, rolling into fire, I can speak toward, I think one thing that I can think off the top of my head is a training facility. That comes with storage, kind of an up-to-date training facility that was 10 years unfunded back in the day when it went first through in a bond. To get that up to way to attract.
Sound like the tower where you get dressed
Yeah,
up.
but I mean, I think having lockers, showers, even a bathroom out there would be, would be great. But then we're also running into storage issues with our apparatus. Our apparatus bays are full. And when we get one more of our ladder trucks that has been approved, we don't have anywhere to put it. We got gyms, which is great. And then it just comes down to bodies too. A lot of that is bodies opening up another unit to just account for the call increase.
The firehouse.
Well, not necessarily a firehouse because that one's coming hopefully down the road, down John Wesley Powell, but just one to cover the demand on Milton is where we're at. And even into downtown and toward Ponderosa we're outpacing our resources right now.
Do we have a space for our new ladder truck?
As of right now, no. And Chief Wilson, correct me if I'm wrong, if we get that new ladder truck, we don't have a space to put it.
Park it at my house.
Really appreciate that question. That's one of our things. It's kind of jumping in front. We do our budget presentation obviously later. From the police department side, there's huge needs there. We're a little bit different than the fire side. We don't really have things planned out for new stations, something like that, but we're absolutely outgrowing ours. We currently are in need definitely of a larger gym. We have our bomb and SWAT truck. We're trying to figure out where to place them. We don't have areas to do that. We now have a new command vehicle, all these scenes. We don't have a place to do that. There is a building expansion plan that we're going to present. Hopefully there's money there, hopefully support, but it would address all of that. It would address the growth in dispatch for our officers. If the housing passes, potential maybe houses there. I'm not sure exactly what's all in it, but that'd be a huge thing for us. And then equipment in general, our fleet is really, really rough. I think that's probably citywide. Some issues with trying to get some vehicles, some of the restrictions between have to be hybrid, electric, and then maybe not be able to get those because of chip shortage. There's a lot of things that go into it, but we have a really, really aging fleet, not enough money to keep up with that. A lot of the repairs, a lot of those vehicle costs, all that stuff's going up. So more funds could be one time, could be other things, but going towards that would absolutely help for sure.
Great. So just a finishing comment, my personal lived experience and my instinct tells me that those things matter a lot, especially in terms of attracting and recruiting new folks. That feeling that investment, not just in personnel, which obviously is paramount and most important and existential, but that next tier of being physically outfitted properly and with latest technology, some bells and whistles, to be honest with you, and just feeling like you're part of something that's on the cutting edge, it's an intangible in a way, but it can count for a lot in terms of morale and excitement for the job.
And just to refer back to the housing, we've seen more people that have had to move to the valley and they're commuting now. That's changed because of a state law that happened 3 years ago where they couldn't put a restriction on it. But we're seeing senior people live down there. And then of course our new people that just can't, we have one that's living with their parents.
What does that do to our sustainability and carbon neutrality plan?
I just want to add to that. My mom right now is in the Cottonwood Hospital and her hospitalist from Mesa, and he comes up a couple of times a week to the hospital. So yeah, that doesn't help any of our goals.
I know we're not talking about housing, but I want to make a real quick comment. I think that changes to our zoning code could have more impact on the price of housing than anything else that we. And I know that Michelle McNulty and her group are actually working on that right now.
Great question, really appreciate that.
Yeah, just to sum it up, we appreciate that and letting us give our input, but just not to retract from what EAC says, those market, well, it's not going to fix everything, we understand, but just to keep pace with what's going on out in the world, that's the priority that EAC is looking for.
At time limited budget, that's definitely our number one priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're doing great. We're way ahead at this point. We have lunch scheduled for 12:15. All the lunch is on the way, right?
Lunch is here. It's being set up. So if we could get 10 minutes of
10 minutes?
chatting and.
Anybody have anything that they just have to get off their chest right now?
Take us down another rabbit hole.
Okay, I'll tell you what. As long as it only takes 7 of the 10 minutes, we can do that, okay? Because we know if you get 7, we're gonna take 10. Any other issues? I mean, this is great dialogue that we've been having. And I really think, getting it out there, whether or not, I mean, because we all have feelings about, right? Seems to be a big deal. We all have feelings about it. We all have a personal story attached to it as well. Someone who just can't afford to live here, that's really struggling because of that issue. So I think keeping that dialogue going is very important, because eventually, as Council Member Harris said, we're going to start doing something about it instead of just continuing to talk about it, because it gets talked about all the time. So I think we need to continue going down that road. Anything else? Anything else before we head for lunch? Anybody wants to get off their chest?
Sing or something.
You know what? I don't, but you're welcome to. Anybody have?
Oh, Miranda sings.
So
Sing
I'd
for
like to
another
comment
occasion.
that I sang at a joint city council meeting with the Hopi tribe. Actually sang a song. Do you remember? Was anybody on council that remembers that?
I was there.
I remember. Like, oh no, don't go there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't sign you up to provide the entertainment. But, one of the things that I did pick up in the dialogue, and it almost goes back to, that fun that we had earlier, and that's really getting to know what's important to people. Okay, because, I don't believe that you can really serve a community, whatever it is, okay, if you're only always looking at behaviors and attitudes and whatnot. Outcomes are important, and I was having this conversation with Mark Gaylor just a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about this, and until we begin to see people for their wounds and not just their behaviors, we really can't get to the root cause of maybe what their issues are. Okay, and isn't that what we do here? I'm sure we were having that conversation at some point too. How do we do a better job at looking past the behavior, looking past what's going on? So let's take, for example, Chief Musselman, your department. Okay, so soldiers, nurses, firemen. Okay, if the building's on fire, they may stop to ask why the building's on fire because of the safety of the heroes that are going in to save lives, but they really don't ask the question as to, is your house on fire because you're a crack house and you blew up the house? No, they just go in and save people and rescue people. And so I think that we can all take something very important from that exercise. Nurses the same way, your police officers the same way. Now, hey, crimes are committed and there's all kinds of reasons why things happen. But when lives need to be saved, when people need to be protected, when we need to look outside of the box as to why a particular condition exists, we need to heal the wound first. We need to serve the need of the community, and that's what everybody is here. That's why I love being involved with this group, because that's your passion. You want to help people, right? Yes, that's why we're all in the room.
Yes.
We want to help people. Yes. Okay, so let's make a point of that. You can personalize it. You can do whatever you want with that, but we have to see people for their wounds instead of their behaviors, so we can actually get to the root cause, so we can help them first. Because listen, I'm a pastor, and you know what? Nobody wants to hear me preach when they're starving, when they're hungry, when they're whatever, okay? So seriously, right? That's why I'm gonna let you go to lunch now, so I don't start preaching, because I know you want to eat. But the bottom line is that there's a need that we need to address. Once we address that need, you'll listen to the rest of the stuff that you have to say. All right, amen. Guys, go to lunch. here. That's gonna keep us about 10 minutes ahead, 8 minutes ahead as of right now. Did everybody have a good lunch? Okay. Everybody had a chance to get out, take a walk, stretch, everything? So we're good to go? Got a haircut while you're out? Guys, I can't tell. Fire your barber. All right. Let's go ahead and kick things back off. Greg Clifton, you're up for refresher for council staff relations. Thank you. What? There's like nothing.
Thanks, Jeff. This next presentation is one that we roll out every couple of years. We do update it, and it's never stale. It's always relevant and timely. It's a bit of a refresher, but it's intended in part to explain a few things, and it's intended to start some engagement and discussion. Let's let that happen. If you look at things through the lens of the dichotomy between policy and administration, you have two spheres, right? Policy, this is where council resides. They are the policymakers. You have administration. This is the bulk of the organization where we implement policies that council decides. That's how it once was viewed, but we all know it's really outdated and not that much applicable anymore. There is no separation between the two. Rather is an overlap, and probably more overlap than is depicted in this model. That is to say, the policymakers base their policies a lot on information provided by administration staff. We do this every Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we have great illustrations of that. And it is also to say that our elected body has involvement in what we do administratively. See that in play all the time. In fact, if you think it through, pardon me, there are probably few instances where it's not that integration. This is the model that has been more applicable to local government, but again, it's not complete. And as we have seen in the past, especially these days, much more of an integration of legal involvement in both policy and administration. Sterling's team, how many attorneys do you have on your team administratively?
5, well, 6 with me.
6 with you. 6 attorneys, and you divide yourselves up amongst the various divisions of the organization and advise on a regular basis. Almost always we have attorneys at the table. Sterling has front row seats every Tuesday at the council meetings. And other attorneys come up and speak on various matters. Almost always there is legal input into the processes and the policy-making functions. Most of the times that happens openly, and then there are many times where it happens pursuant to confidential advisements. The bottom line is there's a strong legal component in all we do, and there has to be, because we live in a litigious society and we follow rules and regulations that are embodied in laws at all levels of government. And if you think through now the policy, administrative, and legal sphere, I would invite you to think of anything that falls neatly outside of that integration in the Venn diagram, outside of the overlap. You think about it for a second. I'll give you some examples. There are few. Maybe we'll stop here. I'm going to go back. Sterling, you've been involved a lot lately because we see you walking around with those funny white things in your ears. And you've been involved in a lot of meetings involving settlement discussions. We won't get into the details, but that has consumed a large part of your time of late.
The lion's share, yeah.
It's entirely within the legal sphere. That's a function that may eventually find its way into the other spheres, but right now it's legal, right? Yes. Okay. One example. Administratively, the example that comes to mind might be the hiring, promotion, terminating of personnel, a function that resides squarely within the administrative function, does not involve city council, and most times does not involve legal. Sometimes it does. There are those things that do lie outside of the integration that we're talking about. When you think about the policy making process, again, this is all oversimplification. You can break it down into a couple of different models. The one that we see a lot of is the reactive policy making model, where we have an issue or just an incentive for something finding its way to the dais, and council, being the policymakers, react to it. And the reactive model looks something like this. You know, you have a problem, you have a proposal, you usually have alternatives provided. You have a decision after much discussion, and then you have implementation. That's where it goes over into administration. You think this through. There are so many examples of this that happen with our city council as policymakers. Housing. You know, think of all the policy discussions related to housing, reactive largely to a housing crisis. Probably a very relevant and timely example. Policies related to our wildfire program, our watershed protection program. Some of that probably started out, pardon me, a little bit more preemptive. Excuse me. And now are a little bit more reactive because of the catastrophic fires that we've had. So you have a couple of models that are followed. The second one being more in the proactive mode or model, where elected officials set goals, priorities, objectives, and or decide on policy to help those goals materialize. Again, being implemented by staff. There's also many examples of where this has happened of late, proactively. While I suppose you could argue that carbon neutrality is reactive to climate change, and it is, a lot of the goals that council has set forth, really goals looking ahead, how we, want to follow the values that and objectives of our community. When you think about community survey that went out as part of the priority-based budgeting process this year, what are the priorities of the community? That comes back to council. We've discussed it in this room. It's back to council. It's embodied in our budget goals. And then budget decisions derive from that. One of the strongest, most obvious examples of the integration between council as policy makers, staff as administrators, legal as our legal advisors, our attorneys, where we all come together is right now, right here in this room. And that's the budget process. And while budget, in the most conventional sense might be dollars and cents in spreadsheets and stuff like that, Rick Tatter, it really is much more, so much more. Think about the discussions we've been having today, downtown business and infrastructure related to the downtown area. All the discussions we have had, all the discussions we will have, it's more than dollars and cents. We're talking about priorities for the community and what lies ahead, how we're doing as an organization, what's out there, what do we need to prepare for. A budget is a bit of looking behind You know, how did we get here? What have we done? It's a bit of a snapshot of the present, and it's a lot about the vision of the future. It's all of those things, and it's a lot of policy. Where am I going with this? Most items then concern all three spheres. And at times, some items, as noted with my example about litigation, fall more neatly within individual spheres. That's probably more the exception than the rule, right? Some examples here, I mentioned one with litigation. I mentioned the hiring decisions with staff. What about city council? What are examples where council is entirely operating in a policy-making sphere without influence by staff and the attorneys? Not many examples, and I had to think hard to figure a couple out. But the flags at City Hall might be a good example. Government speech. Council decides what flags are displayed throughout the year. Council owns the flags. We own the flags. There's not a lot of staff input going into that discussion. We queue it up for the agenda. That's about it. Sometimes legal advisements, but really we're talking about political speech, government speech that resides entirely within council's purview. Proclamations, maybe a very similar comment. We don't typically come to council and say, we would like you to do a proclamation on this. It's something that happens from the community. Council says, yeah, we want to do a proclamation, and, you know, we assist, but it's largely a council function. And there's a few others. Many times, it's responsive to citizen petitions, some of the things that come to the dais. And that happens a lot. We have a petition process. It's embodied in our city charter. It's something that we not just live with, but embrace as a democratic governmental institution. A government for the people, by the people, of the people, for the people. You know what I mean. Yes. We are a government for the people. And when our citizens speak as part of the government democratic process that we embrace, that's part of our constitutional process in action. Sometimes the items that come in through the petition process may be a little bit of a political nature, political speech, and not fall neatly within the three spheres that we've been talking about. What is political? One definition that I lifted here, and it's one of many, many, if you Google it, you'll see a whole litany of definitions. But the one that is neatly applied here is political being defined as activities associated with the governance of a country or other area, especially the debate or conflict among individuals or parties having or hoping to achieve power. I want to park it there for just a second. We don't get this too often, but every now and then in the city of Flagstaff, which is a highly engaged community, we have petitions come in, find their way to the dais pursuant to this policy, or pardon me, this process that we embrace, asking council to take a position on things that may be deemed in accordance with this definition as being political. And this does happen from time to time, and I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about it and other things today as part of this refresher. The explanatory part of this discussion is because twice over the last year, when we had, I use this as examples only, we had a petition for council to take action on the topic of abortion. And then more recently, and this one's pending, a petition for the council to take action related to the topic of nuclear weapons. I have been vocal with the council saying staff's not going to get involved in this. Now I'm going to try to tie some things together. This is political speech. It's not administrative. It's not legal. It doesn't involve the city staff. More importantly, two things here. I'm going to go to the second bullet first. It does not involve the duty of enforcing the ordinances, appointment of employees, preparation of an annual budget, advisement to city council on all affairs of the city, acting as purchasing agent or other functions. And that is language out of our city charter. It does not involve city business. And the charter vests my office, whoever occupies my position and that position of our deputies, with the powers and duties to oversee those things. And as charters operate, we are limited to those powers, and we adhere to those powers, and we try not to stray beyond those authorities. So because we don't feel that topics like the ones I mentioned, abortion, nuclear weapons, and there could be others, all within the business of city business, of which we administer and oversee, we don't want to see resources allocated toward these topics. And staff time equals expenditure of tax dollars. So it's a way of saying this topic is rightfully before you, council. You're free to do what you want with this, but it's not city business, and we're not going to allocate city resources toward it because it's not city business. I just gave you an earful of an explanation. I've never felt comfortable saying these things at the dais because one, it's something that takes a lot of time to explain, and two, I'd rather not. But in a retreat where we can be a little bit more informal and exchange some ideas here, I felt compelled to explain why it is when topics like this come to the dais, we take a hands-off approach. It's not that we have feelings about the topics, and of course we do, but we don't share them. It's more that it's not city business, and therefore I will very politely and professionally say when it comes up, council, we're not going to spend time with this, but you're free to do what you like. Council wants to pass a resolution or a proclamation or write a letter, no problem. That is entirely within your purview. It is not within our purview. With that, I'm going to pause and ask for any questions, comments, concerns, input on what I just said, because it's a very important topic. Yes, council member.
My personal opinion on it, because you make so many decisions that I don't think will ever be 100% supported or popular in our population base, and we have to make tough decisions that are related to our city and our local taxpayers. I'm not for taking a political stand because then it kind of goes into our broader political beliefs. Maybe some of us are more activists than others, but to step into an arena that good doesn't it's a safe city for certain actions, or we're not going to change a global. I know some people will argue, well, it's just saying that each city is standing up for this issue, but I just think we have so many decisions that we have to make. I'm never in favor on topics like this that are not within our control. We don't make the laws about this. Yes, we can have a voice, but there's other ways we can have a voice. And I think that city governance should stay city governance and stay out of state, national, and global issues, because they're hot topics and there's so many different emotions tied to those two that you mentioned, that we just go and alienate citizens for no good. We're not a law or creating a safe environment for something. So I, for one, and I'm one of 7, but I, for one, wish we wouldn't entertain issues that are out of our control to make any difference in.
Thank you for the comments. Yes.
I generally agree with Matthew here, but I think there are times when they take position. Let's give an example. I remember when we met with the Havasupai tribe, the first thing they brought up was protection of their water as it had to do with uranium mining in the area. And we took, if I remember correctly, we took a stand on that to support them. I think that one was appropriate. There are other ones that I don't think. There are many of the other ones. I agree with this council member next to me. Sorry, Matthew. To meet you.
I couldn't agree more, council member, and we're going to talk about that very example in just a second.
Okay.
So thank you for raising it, that being uranium mining in proximity to the Grand Canyon National Park on tribal land or near tribal lands. I'll hold on to that one for a second because it's an example of the next point I want to raise. Before I leave this one though, and again, I singled out a couple of items that clearly fall within the political speech category and within council's sphere that do not involve administration and legal. One other thing I want to mention on this, and that's the first bullet point. This does not involve our staff per se, but it does involve the three people in my office, myself and the two deputy managers. We adhere to this International City Managers Association, ICMA, and we are members. We adhere to the code of ethics that exist for managers, and there's many tenets, and I'm not going to go through them all. Joanne, 12, 13, 14, I don't know, there's a bunch. But there's one tenet 7, that says we shall refrain from all political activities which undermine public confidence in professional administrators. So we are compelled, and we follow these tenets religiously, but we're compelled to stay away from political activities which may have that impact. As much as I would like to, I do not put campaign signs in my yard. I can't. I don't. I'm a registered independent, and while I have partisan viewpoints, they will not be shared. Many in the room may think, you know, where I align on partisan policies and candidates. I assure you, you don't. Yeah, trust me on that. I've often used the phrase a visible neutrality when it comes to city administration in matters like this. We need to be visibly neutral. Take a recent example, squarely in line with tenet 7, which is the referendum that was in front of our voters in November. We're active as we are supposed to be on the front end of that, Stacy's office especially, getting all the signatures together, conducting the election, doing all that stuff. There's a lot of work in that, a lot of work, but that's administrative work. We also, at the outset of this, were busy informing the council through all the land use processes that involve the hospital and its relocation. All of that is, properly in front of council, but the day it became a ballot measure, a new set of rules apply and we don't weigh in. We don't. There are some things that can happen, in terms of getting information out, but it's very restrictive, right, Sterling? So, Stacy, very much so. Yeah. So we stay away from campaign. We stay away from endorsing candidates, taking sides on issues that are going to our voters. So with these as explanations, I'll go to the next point, and this now ties in with what Councilmember McCarthy just brought up. Sometimes citizen groups and interests
will advocate for policies, programs, or positions that don't involve political speech, maybe of high city interest, but maybe not arguably neatly within city business, but peripherally, probably they do. And that example is one that I used here. Well, I used the renaming of Agassiz Peak, but really the position we took on uranium mining near the national park would be a really example as well. And it is listed there. The Black Experience program that we continue to support. These things arguably transcend some city business, but they are of city business, is the point I wanted to make. When we supported or wrote a letter with respect to the Bears Ears monument in Utah, you know, what is that, 150 miles away, a couple hundred miles away? But it's in the interest when you think about things from a regional standpoint. Same with uranium mining. Sometimes these items occur far away from the city, but they might be within our sphere of influence, or they might be subject to policies being discussed at the congressional level that do concern us and concern much more than us. So we do weigh in on those. And I think you can hopefully make a distinction between items like this and the ones from the previous slide that we talked about. And then at times there are the requests that clearly lie within city business, but may have significant impact in terms of time and staff allocation, resource allocation. And I'll reference again, just purpose of examples only, the pilot bike lane project of a couple of years ago, still in place. A lot of discussion came to us, came to the dais. I don't know if that was a petition or what, but it was something reactive to some unfortunate circumstances. And out of it came a new project that has been very impacting upon our organization from a resource allocation standpoint, costly, a lot of staff time, and you've heard a lot about that. But it sure is city business. There's no question of that. One would be just examples, funding for animal care and sheltering, right? And the recent discussions council has had on that, resulting in a new intergovernmental agreement, increased funding, organizational inclusion of a local arts district. This one's pending as we speak. Had a meeting on it last week. And I don't want to go deep down the rabbit hole. I use it for illustration purposes only. This one's coming in from the outside. It's clearly of city business, and it potentially could have high impact upon the organization. We're preparing for that discussion with council. We're preparing for it financially. It will be discussed in the context of this budget process. With respect to the long-term request to somehow see creative Flagstaff incorporated within the city umbrella, we're going to have a lot to say about that as well. But we don't need to go there this afternoon. It's just a pending example that is right on point with what I'm trying to articulate here, which is sometimes things find their way to the city council that clearly lie within city business, but could have high consequential impact upon our organization, very high at times. Sometimes it's monetary, sometimes it's much more than monetary. And we need to have careful discussion of those when they happen. And that is an important refresher as we have these budget processes. Council should always be mindful when these things come to you at the dais via petition, via fair, or just by phone calls and meetings. What is the impact upon the organization? Is it squarely within city business? Is it a little bit more out there toward political speech? Is it something in between? If it is in the category of this last bullet item being squarely within city business, should it be considered in the context of all the other things we're talking about in this budget process? And that's a rhetorical question. The answer, of course, is yes, it should. But not always is that a deliberate attempt. The meeting last week, back to Creative Flagstaff as an example. I mean, on the table right now is a request for a lot of additional funding by the city. And on the table right now is a request for future consideration to see this entity brought into the city organization. We haven't had discussion of this at the budget team level, I assure you. This is all new. And we want to get it to the internal discussion and have more vetting of this with city council. Because it's totally fine to have a meeting outside of City Hall and have these things mentioned. But in the end, it needs to be in this room, and we need to talk about this very thoroughly and carefully. Staff will do as we always do. We will do everything we can to inform you as policymakers, council, on such matters and follow the policies and decisions that you render. You are tasked with the big lift. You get to make the decisions. We don't. We are so thankful for that. You make the decisions, we implement. The decisions are the hard part, in my opinion. Implementation, that's dollars and cents, that's staff people, that's time. That's the easy part. Some in the room may raise their eyebrows on that, but decision-making is where the difficulty and the challenges lie. When the decision was made on the hospital relocation and everything hit the fan, it wasn't staff that was getting the phone calls. We weren't singled out in the letters to the editor. We weren't chastised in social media. Our elected body was. Council needs to always be mindful of the impacts that may arise upon limited staff and resources. I think I've said that on blue and face. Consideration should always be on our core services, support services, community expectations. How am I doing on time?
You're good.
Okay.
Another 10 minutes.
10 minutes it is. We talk about core services, and this is an old slide. I did refresh it. What did I do? Oh, thank you. Just interrupt me because I'll just blab forever. Councilmember Harris, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Not hearing you, Councilmember Harris.
Oh, okay.
Now we can.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry if you've been trying to ask a question for a long time.
That's okay. That's fine. So, City Manager Clifton, I definitely agree with what you've said so far. However, we live in Arizona, and some of the things that have come down through our state legislature really is contrary to what we probably want or how we want to run our city. Example, there's a big deal about DEI several years ago when that all happened. I can't imagine being a part of a city that does not have a conversation about how all of our staff, regardless of what color they are or what ethnic group they represent, are not valued, and their heritage and their history is, being swept under the carpet or wanting us to forget that it ever happened. So while I agree with what you're saying in theory, I'm also concerned that we become this group that does not, advocate for things that we know would help our city to run better and would also be supportive of our staff, all of them. So just a comment. I'm not making an argument for it. I'm just making a comment.
And a very good comment. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. And again, I apologize if you had your hand up for a long time.
No problem.
Yeah. Diversity, inclusion, and equity are values that we embrace in our organization. They're values that the community has prioritized. And in fact, we're taking measures to even up our game on the training of that within our
organizational structure. And those values lie at the core of what we do. So I just want to give you that assurance. I think your comment was very well stated, but those are values that we not just adhere to, but apply here in the organization. So thank you for those comments. Okay, and anybody else who has a question or comment, please just interrupt that, Will. But I want to finish by noting, I'm going to back up here briefly and talk about the last bullet point. Consideration should always focus on our core services and support services. I mention that now because I started out this morning by talking about how, you know, the ebb and flow of these budget years. Sometimes we have surplus revenues to deal with. That's been the case the last couple of years. Sometimes things get a little bit tight. Rick Tatter walked us through next year's revenue projections and the flattening out that we're seeing. Along with that, you have, but the things that come to the day as the requests do not always ebb and flow, right? I mean, it's fairly continuous. So in the context of all that, we get to decide at times how some surplus revenues may be expended. That's been the discussion with the ARPA funds and with the CARES funds and things of the last few years. And then other times, we do not have those surplus revenues and we get down to, you know, brass tacks. It's like what is important for us in a fiscal year where there may not be a lot of extra revenues to deal with. And the quick answer to that is we always have our core services to be mindful of, always. And they never, they don't ebb and flow. They do not, you know, go away and then come back. They occur every day, every hour of every day of every year. Public safety, police, fire, public works, plowing the streets, making sure the infrastructure works. Water services, the water better come out of the faucet when you turn it on, right? And stormwater these days, wastewater, the whole gamut. Airport has to operate. Last year we had an amazing amount of snowfall. And where's Heidi Hansen? I recall one day where we had an airport closure last year. Yeah, one day. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
With the runway closed? The library, our library system, our parks, our city clerk's office. Now, we all may wonder, wait a minute, Stacy, core services, make the connection. Stacy, you records, you oversee meetings, you oversee elections. Those are not discretionary items. What you do lies at the core of city functions. Okay. Our court system has to function. Our community development, which oversees planning, zoning, building, housing, all those things, core services. And then our support services. Now, these are oversimplified here. Information technology, supporting us, supporting our community, management services with all the finance and procurement, legal, with our legal advisements, management, human resources, engineering probably more straddling the fence, overseeing projects in the community, helping oversee our city projects internally. So they do it all. All of these things are very important. Our core services, our support services. And then you have those services which arguably are a little bit more adaptive to community needs and priorities. In Flagstaff, we have economic vitality, a lot of talk about tourism. That was a big discussion this morning, business attraction, sustainability. And housing, again, stated as a core service, and again, as something that is adapting to community needs. Something we implemented just a couple of years ago, our new public affairs section. So these things that are now responding to our community, it is all of these things that we need to be mindful of. So to wrap up, our structure includes our core services and our support functions. Our structure includes those divisions that are adapting to the changing needs and priorities of our community. We are appropriately sized, in my opinion. We have 13 divisions. We have increased those by 5 over the last few years. Our How many full-time employees do we have right now? Does anybody want to help me out with that one? Jennifer Caputo, I see you in the back. What's your best guess as to full-time employees right now with the city? Thank you. And our labor costs, which we track closely, we've been very competitive, slightly over 50% the last couple of years. So we look at these metrics very closely. I think with that, I will, and I mentioned at the beginning, I wanted to spark some dialogue. I don't know if we have time for input, but there's a lot to what I just said, and it was a little bit bringing us off track of the budget discussions, but a very important refresher in my opinion. Any comments, thoughts, follow through on that? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I'll try to keep this brief. And really, I think this goes without saying, so I don't want to get too much into the ground here. But my thoughts are swirling around what Mr. Kennedy opened with this morning. You know, what's important to us and what's important out there. The things that we need to do and the things that people don't care anything about. And to me, it kind of comes back to a philosophy of who have you given flowers to lately? Is one of the ways I've sort of internalized that over the years, especially as a community organizer. And I just wanted to touch on that. I don't really need to say much. I just wanted to represent the idea. You know, there is a political nature to all of this. We are political creatures. To have a seat at this dais, you have to get elected. You have to run a campaign. There's power sharing. There's alliances and allegiances. There's promises made. And those are things we all carry to the table in our own way to varying degrees. And I mean, you said it yourself, it's absolutely within our purview and within our right to represent all that packaging in our role. But those are things that are outside of the role of staff and legal. And so just really sort of repeating what you've said, putting a finer point on where some of those power lines are and the ways in which, you know, at the local level, I think we are afforded the luxury and the privilege of not being too beholden to that sort of thing. And we have an opportunity as public servants to rise above the pure politics of something and serve in our role holistically and to think about the whole community. But even at this level, and more so at higher levels, but even at this level, there are things and there's packaging that we bring to the table with us. And I do like to keep in mind the question occasionally, who have I given flowers to lately? And it really does come back to what Jeff was saying in terms of there's the things we all get caught up in. And then there's a mindfulness towards everyone else in the room who could care less about those things, but do have passions and do have interests. And it is part of our job to pay attention to that and be attuned to it.
The people, by the people, for the people. Other comments?
Make a comment. I don't know if it's the right place to, but it's been on my mind, so I'll just say it here. One thing in this year that I've gone through on council, I'm still drinking from the fire hose, but it's not on full blast anymore. But one thing I'm learning, and I'm still trying to figure out how much is it just a learning curve and how much of it is something that maybe staff can help us with, is the decisions that we make, and we make so many decisions. I mean, just you listed all the things we vote on in a year, it's a big list. And a lot of times there's unintentional consequences to decisions that we make because we're looking at like one goal or one focus from a department and staff that they want to accomplish this. And it, you know, we either support it or we don't. But I'd really like to see more of the unintended consequences that could arise. My point is, I had an interview with an NAU student yesterday in journalism. And just off the topic of what we were talking about, she was talking about apartment living here. She came from the Midwest, and that her property managers charge a premium if you also want to include a parking spot. And with her job and her needs, she has to have a vehicle. And maybe that doesn't matter in the greater scheme of things when council's making decisions on approving a zoning change or approving a development and stuff. But I think those little things that, okay, if we do this, what population group are we disparaging? Because not everybody can afford to pay for an apartment here in Flagstaff in addition to a parking spot. So then are we discriminating against people with less economic means? Maybe they could get that apartment barely, and now they don't have a parking spot because now our property management people in Flagstaff are charging for that because there's only one per 2 units or a bed. And I think that's important to make sure that we're staying mindful of equality and making sure we're taking care of all of our population groups, that even though we might want to move towards reducing cars in Flagstaff and car travel, the unintended consequences, what are we doing to a lower economic population group that because of circumstance, family members out on the reservation or where they work, they need a car, but they can't afford an apartment and a car. And so, and that's just one example of many. And I think a lot of times we're faced with so many decisions and limited information about that. And it sounds so great at the time. And then what really does it do down the line to the community that we serve? And I would like to figure out how to understand or think about that more, or have staff bring that up to say, this is great and this will get us to this goal. Just so you know, this is what's happened in other communities as a result to that, that then it might cost our residents more because now they're going to pay for parking because there's a limited supply.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we certainly hear Councilmember Harris speak to that on a frequent basis as well. Always reminding us of the importance of social equity and the impact, unintended impact that we may have with our policies on all the demographics of our community and beyond. Thank you for that. Councilmember.
Just to follow up on Councilmember Matthews' comment, we always need to think of all the impacts, pluses and minuses on every policy decision. The example she gave is that if we required more parking, that would increase the cost for everyone. So again, there's like two sides to every argument. We should always think of all the different sides, the 10 different sides. So in that basic regard, I totally agree with your point.
Thank you. Any comments from staff?
I see Rick is smiling.
Thank you for your indulgence. Jeff, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
All right, great job. Thank you. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Bond project updates. Got Ed, Shannon, Sarah, and Mark's not here, so I'm guessing you got his part. All right, let's give it up.
So we'll just get going on the update for the bond as it relates to the fire department on the public safety. See if we can go to this one. So we were approved in the bond for 2.185 for 2 wildfire type 3 engines and 2 water tenders. We've got some really good news to report out, and we've got some news that we're just going to be honest and report with. The first thing is we were fortunate enough, typically everything right now in the apparatus build process is about 2 to 4 years out. So we were fortunate enough to find 2 type 3 wildfire engines that were stock engines. And so we were able to pick them up for a little bit less than what we had anticipated for the spec types. And Miss Stacy has a picture here. They're sitting in Florida right now. They're getting packaged and they're getting ready to be shipped over here. So hopefully that picture will come up. If it does.
Slow, but if you guys are
right,
this way, you should be.
So as it loads, the good news about these 2 units were they were about $60,000 under what we thought they would cost if we spec'd them. The bad news is even with our projected, when we did the bond assumptions, with our 15% inflationary increase projections, we still are over in what those type 3s cost. But the benefit is by going with the 2 type 3 stock units, we saved a little bit of money on the front end. And so at this point, these are our priority. When we looked at the 4 units, the critical ones that needed replaced in the immediate now was the type 3 wildfire engines. So if that picture ever shows up, that's great. If not, we can just kind of move forward with it. The second part of it is the 2 water tenders. We've got 2 quotes that we've collected, and we've found that we're about $110,000 short on the 2.185 total to be able to purchase those 2 water tenders. So we went a little proactive on this. We're looking for additional funding, working with finance, working with the approval side. We have applied for a grant through the Division of Forestry and Fire Management in the state of Arizona to cover the additional offsets for those 2 units as a result. So we're working on that. We should be able to report back on that in March. But if we're not able to, we'll work with the team, we'll work with your guys' input, and the goal will be, if need be, if we can't find the additional 110,000, we'll buy 1 water tender and wait till we can afford to buy that second one. So we've got a plan in place. 50% of it's purchased, on its way over here, and we appreciate the support on that. So that's the update on the wildfire purchases for the bond. Any questions?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the potential waiting on the second water tender, how does that impact our firefighting?
It's a great question. So fortunately, when we prioritize, the benefit of the 2 water tenders we have are aged out, but they're still in decent condition by all general purposes. And so as a result, we feel confident that even if we have to wait another 2 years till we can get that funded, we were already on that plan of 2 to 3 years before we get the new equipment. So I think we're going to be okay, and it's not going to impact our operational response levels.
All right, thank you. So I'll give you a quick update on Prop 4401 for the stormwater. This is the $26 million bond for the Spruce Wash suite of improvements for the museum fire, the 2019 museum fire. As you can see, it's kind of grainy, especially if you're sitting further back. We actually have a very aggressive schedule here of delivering the project within 3 years, which is quite aggressive for a suite of capital projects. Quite a bit of work going on. We have weekly technical advisory committees meetings that Scott Overton leads. Eli Reisner with Capital is running the project. Lot of good work going on here. A lot of meetings also with the finance team. Also in this package, we have that map of the project. So starting from up top near Linda Vista, where the Parkway basins are being completed by the County Flood Control District, all the way down to Killip School and Killip School detention basins, a full suite of projects throughout there that are moving very quickly. If you go out to Grandview, you can see the utility relocates that Eagle Mountain Construction is doing right now as part of their CMAR process. As I mentioned, we meet with the finance group fairly regularly. We are trying to keep this project not only on track in terms of timing, but also in terms of budget. Right now, we're showing a little bit of overage. We're hoping to get that down both with some value engineering as well as external grants. So we do have 2 FEMA grants out there right now and 1 Army Corps Environmental Infrastructure 595 grants, 3 grants total through that, and then also working towards a federal earmark that was originally with the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project that we're hoping to retool, if you will, for the drainage component here. So again, move very quickly here. Do we have any questions with stormwater and the Prop 441 suite of projects?
This isn't directly related to 441, but we talked about this a year ago with our stormwater rate increases, not knowing what grants we would receive, what other funding. Will you be providing us an update? Were we able to secure more grants, and so we don't need as much taxed on our ratepayers? Can we adjust that? Where is that looking?
Yeah, we would give an update on that. Just for some context here, these set of grants that we're going for this project here was originally expected that all of this would be funded under Proposition 441. So the fact that we have to go for grant funding for part of this is in addition to original 26 million, unfortunately.
Do we feel confident that there are grants that would apply to this? And what's our plan if we don't get grants and we can't value engineer it?
That's a great question. So the EI 595 grant, I'll leave that to Stacy, whether it's been signed yet or not, but that is in the final stretch. So that's for Killip Inlet. For the Cedar Avenue portion, that's FEMA grant and hazard mitigation grant. That's going through federal compliance right now. So FEMA is actually doing the compliance for that grant. So the environmental and historic preservation or expectations is that will be released. And then talking with the State Department of the State Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, so DEMA, our state advocate. Yesterday, the Killip outlet is expected to go through this year as well. So they're working on that compliance starting this spring for that project as well.
So if we're in compliance, does that mean we're on our way to getting those grants, like the FEMA grant? Or is that an initial process that you have to go through in order to apply?
So we apply first, and then with all compliance items. So that's compliance would be like your Endangered Species Act, it'd be your Section 106 Act. It's all the federal compliance items that go with that. So it's making sure that we're not disturbing archaeological resources, endangered species, Clean Water Act, et cetera. So it's all the different federal standards and codes that go with federal funding. So it's strings that come attached, if you will. As long as we can work through all those, which we expect we will, then we will work with Stacy Breckler NAG's group to get that grant agreement. Sometimes it takes a little bit more time to go through that. And then any stipulations that come along with that in terms of procurement for the construction phase.
Are you feeling confident about those grants?
We're fairly confident we'll receive that money.
I just wanted to add in, I mean, it's kind of paying attention to these and working with the TAC. I think what's really important for you all to think about and know, none of these projects ever fall off the list. We have to deliver all of these projects as a complete package because they work as a system. So even if Ed runs $1.5 million short, that doesn't mean we just simply come over here and take one project out. We will deliver all of them because that's our commitment to the community. It's our commitment to the project. I've been really appreciative of Ed and Stacy BK and everybody hustling all these grants. I think we're actually seeing some pretty good success. The Flood Control District has had great success with federal funding on the east side of Pipeline. I think we're there. The other thing that we always kind of think through, if we can engineer our way out of it or find efficiencies, is, it is an active watershed. If we have future flood events and if we have continued damages and activities, that opens up different pots and different avenues for funding. So we will keep an eye on those and we're going to keep pushing as hard as we can to get them delivered. But we also know that as events occur or as the dynamics change, that might give us more opportunity for different venues that we aren't eligible for today. So I'm with you. I'm confident in what's being done, and I think that we're in a really good spot, but I think we really have to make sure we're committed. And we know that we're gonna have to deliver them all, and we're really close. In the grand scheme of things, 1 year into design, we're only about 2 million short. We're gonna get there. And I think I have confidence that we can find a way in 24 months to fill that gap.
Cool.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to water.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Shannon Jones, Water Services. Before I get started, I'm going to touch a bit on wastewater, but I want to just take a minute to introduce McNamara. I'm not trying to pick a fight with anyone in the back of the room. It's our new Water Services Director.
Like Shannon said, I'm Mac McNamara. I've got 9 years experience in the engineering department at the city. And I'm about a week and a half into my new role as the Water Services Engineering Section Director. So I'm here to help Shannon out, hopefully answer any questions that may come up, but I'm brand new into the position, so I can help out.
We appreciate that thing, Max. So asked him to be here. We're going to touch high level, but Mac's been working with us for many years, project managing. So has a ton of information on a lot of our projects. But ultimately for wastewater, Proposition 441, $29 million infused into wastewater at a very critical point. Right off the time, I'm up here talking about funding challenges, going through the rate study. Seems like I get to talk with you guys a lot about money or lack thereof, and timing. Right, timing is everything. Fortunately for me, so this was in place. So again, this infusion of capital to get some critical infrastructure put in. But very similar, right? These take years to kind of develop out, but we are tracking them. We're continuing to work to put pressure on those, and those are working to just some immediate needs as we begin to reposition ourselves to how do we continue and make that type of success more sustainable. So again, I feel like the initiatives of the Proposition 441 for wastewater was talking about increasing capacity, implementing energy efficiency upgrades, really working to try to how do we integrate resiliency back into a critical core function of our city. Really kind of boils down, I would say, to 5 specific project descriptions of those. And so those are listed there. I do kind of break them down. And again, if there's questions, feel free to just jump in and stop me. But we'll dig in a little bit past that. Grouping them together into solids handling, gas recapture, and the primary effluent pumps. All 3 of those projects are currently at 60% design. And 2 of those projects have been awarded for the construction manager at risk to be able to get them in at the latter part of the design so that we're ready to move forward as quickly as possible and we can use that institutional knowledge to make sure those are successful. During that process, of course, it allows us to go through the review, looking for those opportunities for value engineering, those opportunities, but also continuing to make sure that we're checking our information back on the assumptions that were made before, through the design and where we're at today as the project begins to get closer to realization. For the energy efficiency and resiliency, the 2 projects facility really shift more over to the Rio. I'm always trying to find ways to decrease that energy use, and if there's a way to do things smarter than we're doing today, and how do we align that with the things we already need to be doing. So a couple of projects we began talking about internally, about really how do we leverage that, and talking with our consultants to see what are the alternatives that we have, specifically around energy monitoring, where can we automate things, and how can we add technology back into those projects. So I skipped through that a little quick. Want to make sure we had time. Going back to this one, also kind of point out the schedule, the calendar. You see these, when the money's become available, is over multiple years. So while I know that you've heard about this for maybe a couple of years now, that we'll continue to provide you updates over the next several years as well. So we're definitely available for questions, anything specific about a project that I can answer. We have Mac here to try to help do that as well.
Isn't necessarily a question about the project, but as we're looking at the rate study and the projects that we need, if we could just make sure that we're being clear with
council and the public about the necessity of the projects so that we all understand that these are absolutely critical projects, and maybe even conversely, talking about what happens if we don't invest in these projects. Because I know we're all a little anxious about the rate study, and I just think it'd be really important for everyone to understand how these projects are crucial to water future, our wastewater future, and moving forward.
Thank you for that. I think very similar to keep in mind, I think that's a great point, and we will work our best to make sure that happens. Is keeping in mind that, again, this funding was allocated outside of the rate study. And the rate study does assume that this funding is available and that it is spent and these things are executed. So really the rate study kind of picks up where that infusion occurred and how do we continue to build on that? But definitely I get your point. Well said. Thank you.
And it might be just that I'm a little slow today, but like, let's go to Wildcat pumps. Oh, back to your number chart. So you have under 23, 24, 2.5 million in the red. And then it looks like, but it's funded in 24, 25, 2.5 million. And then the 2 million in 25, 26 is in the red. Total projects 4.5 million. So is that saying that by this fiscal year, we'll have money from the Prop 441, 2.5 of the Wildcat Pump project? And then we don't have the 2 million yet, but that's going to be the total cost.
Yes, as far as the delivery of the money, I think that's more represents what is a reasonable explanation of when the expenditure occurs, so that when we're trying to bring forth a balanced annual and 5-year plan and a 10-year plan, that that money gets distributed, of that the expenditure reflected of when it's going to occur.
And so then 17, we have last year, fiscal year, 3 million, and then 2.7 million in 2025, and 1.8 million. That is more than 550. So that's not the total project, is less than what you're seeing there. Am I reading it wrong, clearly?
I honestly think that you're reading that wrong. Again, so we take that snapshot and put in. So again, these are placeholders. Me telling you what something's going to cost 3 years, 4 years from now. Like, we use our best estimate, and then we work through. I actually feel in the Proposition 441, when it talks about the cogeneration, that's more specific around the 5 million. But how do you program those in into the current years? And if the numbers don't add up in the tally, it's probably just an equation error in the spreadsheet. Again, honestly, these numbers do move based on, again, project delivery, balancing the 5-year plan, and looking at when things actually transpire. So even through the course of a year, I see those numbers moving back and forth between columns based on how accelerated the project is, and how, honestly, even sometimes when priorities change and you shift.
The 441 that was approved will cover these projects.
That's the intent, yes. That moves to housing. There she is.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have all the power with remote control, but I really only have one slide, so I don't get too excited. Good afternoon, Mayor Council, Sarah Jar, Housing Director. I always feel weird following all the construction projects. As it's such a different language that we use in talking about these things. I want to give you an update on where we are with rental incentive bond program and home buyer assistance. The notice for the rental incentive bond program will be published tomorrow. It is being final touches literally as it's, and so not by me. So that'll go out tomorrow. It'll be published in the Daily Sun over the weekend. It'll be open for 2 full weeks plus weekends on either side. So it's due back on February 19th. As we committed to when we brought this forward with the policy overall, is we are turning the review of this very quickly. We've given ourselves 2 days for staff eligibility review. We think we might be able to cut that in half. And then we anticipate coming to you for a work session on March 12th with council approval on March 19th, which will let us meet. And then we can issue award letters to successful applicants prior to that LIHTC deadline, the low income housing tax credit deadline at the beginning of April. Following that will be when we bring loan documents forward to you and all of those pieces. But Sterling is not here for credit, but his legal team, I'm sure, is listening online. We've worked through the details of we can bring the loan documents back once we have all of the details in place. Remember, some of these awards may be contingent on them securing their other sources of financing, et cetera. So brace yourselves. It's going to move quickly to the very, very best of our ability. And so we are, there we go, ranking committee being assembled, council consideration of awards in March. Home buyer assistance program. Well, let me stop right there. Questions on this one before I go? All right. Thank you. Home buyer assistance program, our January meeting with the Housing Commission, we did a general brainstorm. What are all of the wild and crazy ideas you've ever heard of, or your friend's brother's cousin has mentioned to you, or something you read online? What is it? Let's throw it in the pot so that we have time to figure this out. So you'll see that my next one, oh, and then in February, we have invited a local realtor, a local mortgage lender, and then we only have one HUD-approved housing counseling agency in the community. That is Housing Solutions. So we have real estate market, lending market, and then the people market. What is Housing Solutions as a counseling agency seeing in clients walking in the door? What are they qualifying for? What are their challenges? That type of thing, in an effort to create a common language and foundation for the Housing Commission to work from. We will brainstorm again after that, but we wanted to get a head start on a few things, partially because we are building in bond council review. I've worked with Rick Tatter for 20-something years, and I really, really appreciate him in many ways. We're new at bond stuff, and we got to a certain point with the rental incentive bond program, and he's like, hey, I sent this to bond council and they're good with it. And we went, oh, good. I'm really glad. So now we know that. We've already started that conversation with finance, with making sure we're meeting with bond council early, often. We don't know what our parameters are. Nobody has done this in Arizona before. And so we have a bunch of awesome ideas. Is there anything within using general obligation bond funds this way? Is there anything that prohibits us from doing one of our wild and crazy ideas? So we're going to do that early. So we're not spending staff time. We're not getting community hopes up. We're not creating council expectations or Housing Commission expectations of what might be possible until we chase those rabbits to start with. One of the things that we're looking at, I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't know if it's legal, but we are looking at different ways that we can leverage this funding in the community with other things, to try to stretch it, to try to make it as absolutely as effective as possible in the community based within home buyer assistance. So we are considering and researching multiple programs from around the nation, and also brainstorming ideas, wild and crazy ideas, and anything anybody said we put out there. I mean, some things we've looked at in the past, we haven't looked at them recently. Let's find out, has something changed? Is it now something we can do? Or is just the source of money, color of money matter? So we anticipate a presentation to council about what we're looking at, what our options are to seek additional direction before summer break. I say anticipate because we work within a very busy organization. And it's not only housing staff, it's finance and it's procurement if we're gonna be creating a timeline, all of these things. So that's our goal. Pretty sure we can meet it. But I don't want to tell you we're gonna be there absolutely, because there's a lot of things that come up that are not necessarily within our control of housing or the other departments that we work with. So that's the next thing we're tackling. We've already started with the Housing Commission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sarah.
Yes.
Just blink an eye if you can't legally say this or not, but is one of the options rate buy downs?
So potentially, yes. I can talk about ideas that came out of Housing Commission. We talked about, is it rate buy downs? Is it larger down payments? Is it a down payment big enough to get people out of MPI? Like what mortgage insurance, sorry, talking in code again. And then there's going to be a difference between what we can legally do and what is politically palatable, what is matching community expectations. Like there's going to be all of those pieces. Yes, rate buy downs came up, payment came up, working with other organizations came up, all different lease to own. If we structure it that way, but we said home buyer assistance, and so does lease to own work. So yes, there's all kinds of things on the table. We also talked about ways to calculate income. And of course, a home buyer is going to be subject to what the mortgage lender counts as income. But our program now has acceptable front end and back end financing ratios so that we're setting home buyers up for success. So this actually, we spent a decent amount of time talking about this of yes, if someone qualifies for lending, we need to make sure that we're not more restrictive and perhaps even more permissible when we're looking at those ratios, especially if the lending market changes, which, prone to do. Different ways to consider debt, different ways to consider medical debt or student loan debt. Did we solve that? No, but it came up as a conversation piece for us to keep in mind. So it's not simply our traditional tools of, we're going to help you with your down payment. It's also looking at how we can structure that, make money go as far as possible, leverage it to the greatest extent possible, and do something that works for our market. We talked about sliding scales for different income groups and local money, local rules. We can go up above low income with this. We know for a household at 80% and under to purchase a house is really hard because we don't necessarily have the stock there. This is not unit creation money. This is help folks purchase units already in the community. So how do we do that? How do we work within those parameters, and what will work here? Not that will work in a federal program designed to fit everybody from New York to Verdigris, Nebraska, where my in-laws are from. Like, what will work here? And that's the power of the local money. And then Justina just messaged me the whole list. We talked about ADU rental income for eligibility, and mortgage companies handle that differently. So all kinds of different ideas at the table that we will chase to ground and come back with, all right, we considered a lot of stuff, but here's our universe of reality. Where do you want to go? Councilmember Harris.
Oh, I'm looking over your shoulder.
Councilmember Harris.
I can see you're back there. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. So this is a question or comment or whatever for, I think probably Rick, procurement, budget, Greg, and maybe for housing folks too. Okay, so today I've heard from several different groups mention about being short-staffed, about needing employees. They can't do certain things because they don't have enough staff, or it's going to take a longer time because they don't have enough staff. Have we considered consultants for some of the work until we can hire people? Example, there are lots of people, or there are some people in our community who have had years and years and years of experience with all kinds of housing stuff. Those folks are probably retired now. Some of them I know for a fact do consulting around the country. Have we thought about maybe trying to use them for some of our projects so that we can get some of this stuff done? Does it fit into, is there anything against in our policy or in our charter that would allow us not to use a consultant to get some of these things done?
Thank you for the great question, Councilmember Harris. So we have considered consultants. Too much away. We're turning our budget request in tomorrow. We are requesting to reprogram some funding we already have to get a commission, to get a consultant to help us with one of our programs. Our consideration with, did we say yes, do we go for a consultant for something like this, is timing. We have been strongly encouraged to move quickly. We are able to right now access a lot of the knowledge in this community on a volunteer basis. We have yet to hear no. That's lucite, not wood. We have yet to hear no from anybody that we've said, have a conversation with us. Do you have knowledge to share, that type of thing? If we're to procure a consultant to help us with those things, it's going to slow it down even further. And I like accessing the free stuff. And yes, we do have a number of people in the community that we have developed relationships with over years in order to assist us. If that's a direction council would like us to go, certainly be open to considering it. I don't know if bond funds can be spent on a consultant or not. Tatter is nodding yes.
And this is comment to city manager and also a comment back to you, is that I would really encourage us to use those folks who we have not already used. And I'm not talking about Housing Solutions. I'm talking about other people in this community who have that expertise. And maybe what we should be doing is putting together, it might take us a little bit of time, but I don't think so, some type of a description of what it is that we need somebody to do to move this forward. So I am pushing on this, and I'm pushing hard. So, because it's important.
Message received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So city manager, that's kind of, some of that is I'm pushing at you about that. So.
Yeah, and I'm certainly listening, and thank you, Councilmember. The fact that I didn't respond doesn't mean I was not being attentive or anything. I'm listening carefully, and we will consider doing that. But, not specific to housing, but to your bigger question, yes, we do rely on consultants when we can. You've had a nice summary of some of the many capital projects we're doing, and we have been consulting out on real estate services, on legal services for property acquisition. The list is long, so we rely on consultants quite a bit. But I know your question is specific to housing, and we will discuss. And thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to piggyback on what Councilmember Harris said. I think the answer to is that the direction that council wants us to go is consultant. I think whatever's the fastest, most efficient way, because we do have a limited pool of talent here within our island surrounded by trees. And I know there's been job openings that take a long time to fill because there's not a qualified person out there. And a consultant definitely, even if it's not for the long term, complete term, could fill that gap. So we're not waiting 24, 36 months till we find somebody, get them up to speed, blah, blah, because I think all of us agree that we want to see this, as you felt, go. And that's just another component, is then hiring that extra FTE to oversee that. I'm very supportive of that, but fearful of the length of time it will take to identify that person and bring them up to speed. So I would encourage that we go that route, but in the interim, if we've got consultants that can come in and help us build those plans and what that looks like you said, bond money is fairly new, so maybe somebody can come in and say, well, let's just start this ball rolling and give us some directions so we don't lose momentum. I think most of us would be supportive of that. I can't speak for the whole council, but I would.
Thank you. We feel really confident about momentum in this area, especially because it's something that is easier understood by housing commission members, by the community overall. And our resources are not limited to Flagstaff. I mean, we have relationships with industry groups, both in the state and nationwide, that we are accessing knowledge from. We have relationships with other agencies, state agencies, other cities that have tried things like this. Maybe not with bond funds, but with general fund funds that have less restrictions than federal or state. So message received, absolutely loud and clear. My worry is slowing something down where we do have momentum in this case. However, the two upcoming ones that are not on the slide, you'll see different types of requests for. On this one, it's more in our wheelhouse. We've had a home buyer assistance program run with general funds since 1996. So we have something to pull from. We don't want to limit ourselves to that because we could just say, let's flip it around and do it. This is an opportunity to make sure we're doing the best program for our community. In the meantime, the chat program continues to function. And there's program income in there that we can program for the next year. So we are continuing to provide home buyer assistance in our community to incomes above 80% with those general fund dollars. So it's not that we're not doing it at all. It's that we're utilizing our the program income, et cetera, to continue to do it while we make sure that we do the best we can with the money the public has entrusted us with specifically for this purpose.
Do what makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exit stage. Thank you. Woo! Look at that, a title slide. That's
All right,
you.
good
not
job.
me.
Yes, good job. All right, we're moving along well. It's time for break. Everybody ready for a break? Quick break. Okay, let's do, this is scheduled for 15 minutes. Can we get this break done in 10?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, the answer is yes. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and resume. So we're back at 15 after. That's a great word right there.
Great talking.
All right, I will. So we're going to talk about projects that are funded, but I also want to just let the council know that on March 28th, we are going to have a full day to talk about capital improvement projects. So we're just going to try to hit the high level on some of these projects that we think are important, and then we'll just continue on. So the first one is the Lone Tree Overpass. This is a project that was funded by Proposition 420. And this project will provide a grade separated crossing of the railroad. Also extend Lone Tree Road north of Butler all the way into Route 66. There will also be portions south of Butler on Lone Tree that are kind of, we're calling corridor improvements. So this will be a complete street section. The budget right now is 115 million, and that includes 81 million for construction, 25 million for permits, staff time, real estate, and then we're at 9 million for design. And then we did receive a rural transportation this word gets me all the time, but that word, and then council, we did get a grant of $15 million. So that was really fortunate and really exciting for the project. So the project design should be complete soon, maybe this summer. And then we'll start construction on other parts kind of later this year. And as early as maybe this summer, starting on a portion south of Butler. And the entire project will be done in 2027. And what council will see maybe in the next few months and maybe a year or so is we'll see GMP number 2, portions of the overpass, and then GMP number 3, which was kind of doing some more work to finish up the project. And we'll also have some BNSF agreements that will come before you. This next project is the Downtown Mile Corridor. And this is a project with 6, so we call it a suite of 6 projects. And this is within the Flagstaff downtown area and within the BNSF railway corridor. A lot of coordination going on between BNSF and ADOT for this project. There's portions that will benefit other agencies. So there's a lot of coordination going on. Our design is about $4 million right now. We do have contributions from BNSF, from the city. We also have funding from ADOT. We also received an infra grant of $32 million for construction. So that total budget for this project is $56 million. So it is funded. We expect to have design complete early next year, and then we'll just start into construction. We're expecting construction to be complete by 2028. Some updates that maybe council will see, some items that you might see are additional proposed GMPs for the work, as well as some project updates. Next project is the Beulah University improvements. So this project has been before council maybe in the past 2 years. So what we're going to do is put a new roundabout east of Milton, kind of in this area. We're also going to extend Beulah Boulevard north to University Avenue. So that is a great undertaking, a project that will be very beneficial to this area. Also going to do a new 4-leg intersection at Milton and University Avenue. Also included is a pedestrian underpass. So this is north of that intersection. And that will be funded with some contributions from the private developer in this area. This project is funded by Proposition 403, which is the old tax. And this is one of the remaining projects under the old tax, as well as portions from Proposition 419, which is the new tax. Total budget is $24 million with contributions from private developers again, and again, the old tax and the new tax. Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
And I apologize, I'm sure you've covered it before, but the last project and this one, we have now on Milton, 3 underpasses. What are we doing for flood mitigation, have monsoons and stuff? Is there going to be a pump there or?
Yes, Your Honor.
In a bucket.
Cover in a bucket?
Yeah. Your Honor, Councilmember Matthews. So that tunnel will have a sump and a pump. So it'll take any flow that gets in it and out into the public storm drains.
Sure.
Yeah, no worries.
Didn't know if we were creating any holes or.
Now that's the plan, to just collect it and then pump it out into the storm drains. So this project is being delivered by a construction manager at risk, and we do have them on board already, Eagle Mountain Construction. And they started about a year ago. So they're already starting into this project. So there's been significant projects on this project. I believe at the December, they played a video, part of the work. So most of this work, the entire project will be complete next fall. Some of the items that council might see are just some project updates and then possibly any amendments related to cost increase. We're all very familiar that everything is going up. Project team is working as hard as they can to mitigate those within the current funded amount. But if we need to, we will come before you with any increases. This next project is the Butler Fourth improvements. So this is a new complete street section from I-40 down to Sonoma Heights subdivision. And this project is part of 419, funded completely by 419 in the amount of 18 million. There are private developer contributions going on here. And right now we've been in front of council, we've had public meetings. We're still trying to figure out what this project's going to look like because we want this to be the correct project to begin with. We don't want to have to go back and start looking at things and redesigning certain elements. So we want this to be very important to get out in front of everybody, a council and the public. Design should be, yes, Miss.
You said that the 18 million for the project budget is paid for by the previous bond?
By Proposition 419.
Okay. Thank you.
So design should be complete by the end of this calendar year, and then we will start construction next year and the year after. By 2026, we should be. So what council will see later this year is possibly an amendment or an addition to some design services contract for our consultant to complete the design, as well as bringing on a construction manager at risk to deliver the construction. Last project for my part here is the Lockett and Cedar Roundabout. So this project is coordination with ADOT. It is part of the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP. And so this project will build a roundabout at the intersection. There will be pedestrian crossings as well as rapid flashing beacons to help pedestrians cross. Right now, the current budget is 6 million, with 2 million coming from an HSIP grant, and then the remainder is the city's responsibility. Design should be complete later this year, and then we should start construction early next year, early 2025. What you will see, what council will see maybe in the next few months is an amendment to the IGA, just related to how we deliver and help administer this project with ADOT. So that'll come before you. And I think we're going to jump into the airport.
Thanks, Trevor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thanks for having us out here to talk about our upcoming capital improvement budget for the coming fiscal year. I'm Brian Gall, Director of the Flagstaff Airport, and I'm going to be joined today by Adam Miali, Airport Programs Manager. I'm going to start today with a little bit of a high-level overview about the airport fund and the portions that support our capital improvement projects, and Adam's going to go into some specifics about the projects we're looking at over the next year or two. So to start off, as we heard earlier, the airport fund is an enterprise fund. Within that, we have some ongoing revenue sources, such as our leases, licenses, and fees. Those generally go toward our operating expenses. For our capital improvement budget, we're generally looking more at our one-time revenue sources, which are in the form of federal and state grants. So those grants are generally used to support our capital improvement plan, which is developed in conjunction with the airport master plan. So the airport master plan is a pretty extensive document that looks at our inventory of what we have at the airport and where we want to go to support future operations. That plan is developed about every 10 years, sometimes a bit longer than that. And our plan was last updated in 2018. So within that plan, annually, we work with our partners at the Federal Aviation Administration and the Arizona Department of Transportation to develop a capital improvement plan called an ACIP, Airport Capital Improvement Plan. Within that plan, the projects are identified by funding source. So some of those being federal grants, which are a federal grant with a state and local match. Another portion of it being state grants that have a local match as well. We review this information with our airport commission. And of course, there are occasional emergency projects that fall outside of this capital improvement program, though this time we don't have any scheduled for the coming year. As Trevor mentioned earlier, today's discussion is fairly high level. We will be providing more information about this process and these projects in the coming capital retreat. So within the airport fund, Adam's going to be talking about the projects that we have that are funded. I did want to mention that there are a few projects that we have not currently identified a funding source for. These projects are an expansion of our terminal building. So our terminal building is working well right now for the amount of flights that we have at the moment, but we saw when we had our previous second air carrier that the hold room could often be at capacity and our bag screening was about at max capacity. So as airlines are going through a process that they refer to as upgauging, and we're starting to see larger aircraft with fewer flights per day, that puts a little bit more stress on the building with the need to handle more passengers at a given time. Fortunately, terminal expansion projects don't score very well on the federal funding matrix, right? They tend to look at safety projects first, such as involve runways and taxiways, tend to be scored much higher, which makes it a challenge to find sources to fund terminal projects, especially for things like expansion. Additionally, we're going to be looking to upgrade and improve our employee and rental car parking lots. So we have seen as the airport's grown, we see a lot more rental car business. We have a fairly large rental car storage lot, but right now it's a fairly unimproved surface. It's a compacted milling surface rather than pavement. That is something we'd like to look into improving. Additionally, terminal accessibility. Our terminal was built in 1993, so we have seen some code changes and some best practices for commercial buildings of that size. We'd like to try to find a funding source to make some improvements from an accessibility standpoint and help keep us in compliance with some of our federal grant assurances. Additionally, our airport our airline parking ramp, so where you board commercial flights at the airport, is obviously exposed to the elements. So people are walking from the building to the aircraft. What we do see is that in the wintertime and during monsoon season, there are some areas of ponding that we'd like to try to find a way to identify and make some grading revisions there that can help make that a little bit better surface for walking for those passengers. And wildlife fence skirting. So the entire airport perimeter is surrounded by a wildlife and security fence. We do see sometimes that some of the smaller critters have a way of getting under that. So we'd like to look into some projects to install some fence skirting that would help prevent animals from digging under that fence, which helps prevent wildlife incursions on the airport. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Adam, who's going to talk about the projects that are currently on our capital improvement plan for the next few years. And we'll take any questions after that.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name's Adam Yali, Mayor for Programs Manager. Almost did a slip there, I apologize.
It's a new position, right?
It is.
I was gonna say.
It feels great.
You're in another.
It feels great. As Brian indicated, we're going to be back again in March 28th to talk a little bit more in depth about some of the projects. We wanted to kind of just give a brief overview of what we're working on, what we're looking at in the near future, and we'll jump right in. I believe Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, you've heard a couple things about a snow removal building. We're still moving forward with that particular project. We do have that on the docket for this fiscal year. Hopefully we can get that solicitation out and move forward. We are meeting with the Federal Aviation Association this week, later on this coming up week, to talk more about funding. And hopefully we can get that ironed out a little bit more. Additionally, we're looking at doing some designs for our taxiway whiskey. For those of you familiar with the airport, so right next to the terminal, we have what's known as taxiway whiskey. That's where you go from essentially the runway and those connectors through there. Those take you to general aviation. We're going to be moving that over.
928-853-3228.
Oh.
Not my number. Close. Shannon's close. Well, that,
Can you go over that last bit?
absolutely.
928. No, the thing about whiskey.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you for levity. I appreciate that. So taxiway whiskey. So when we go from the runway and the general aprons, general aviation, they have to go right next to the terminal there. So the FAA has asked us to look at relocating that a little bit closer towards our FBO, or where Wiseman Aviation is. So we're going to begin that design moving forward. Hopefully this year. We do have funding identified for that. So that's going to be an exciting project. Next couple projects we've got planned up for this year is a runway. We call it runway pavement repair. That's just more of a pavement maintenance project. I'm a little bit familiar with some pavement maintenance projects, so this one should go fairly well. So we've got a little bit of pavement maintenance we've got to do, as well as a runway reconstruction or reconstruction study. So we want to get a better idea of what our pavement's doing underneath there. And so we're asking for some funding from the state to help us with that. We'll go out there and take a look at, we'll look at what our ultimate strength is. Again, just because we are seeing carriers bringing larger aircraft in there, we want to make sure we've got the structure underneath it to make our runway last as long as humanly possible. This particular slide, again, this is what it's more of a revamp of what I just discussed. So the snow removal equipment building, as Brian had indicated, this is one of those federal, state, and local grant projects. So all three of those agencies are coming together on that project. And then the remaining four there, the land acquisition, the taxiway whiskey and apron, the runway pavement repair, and the runway pavement study, those are all funded through state. So that'll be a state and local project. The land acquisition is just north of the airport. It's within our runway protection zone. So we are working with the Forest Service. That is the Forest Service. We're working with them and Stacy BK as well, seeing if we can acquire that land. And that'll be adjacent to where eventually JW Paul will come into Lake Mary.
Question. I was going to ask you where that land acquisition was. What about, and I've mentioned this to Brian before, I hear a lot of people commenting on the long waiting list, their planes to come in, and we don't have any more space. Is there any plans to, or is that a private investment, or is there any plans for the airport to do that, or Wiseman to do that, or?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Matthews. So what I think you're referring to is that right now we have roughly 100 spaces at the airport where folks can store their own aircraft out there. That's both a mix of hangars and aircraft parking shades. Right now, those are at capacity, and we have a wait list for each type of structure, somewhere between 50 and 60 names. That takes roughly 3 years to get, 3 to 5 years to get up to the spot where you actually get a place to store your aircraft. That's not unique to the Flagstaff Airport. It's something we're seeing across industry at the moment, especially in Arizona. But we are looking into some options for potentially adding some space there. So there's a few different ways we can do that. One is trying to build hangars by ourselves, have the airport, the city build those hangars and then rent them out. That's something we're talking to Rick Tatter about, maybe finding a way to do that. But again, those projects are those ones that don't score very well for grant support. So that'd be something we'd have to fund internally. The other option that we could look into for that is something like submitting an RFP for some of the various parcels around the airport that are currently still undeveloped, where we could allow a business to come in and have some sort of agreement where they would pay us some sort of rent and then have privately available hangars that they could rent to the public. So we could add storage space that way. But we are exploring both of those options. At the moment, we haven't figured out which one of those two maybe fits our model the best, but it is something we're looking into.
We have some land space to.
We do, yeah. So if you're driving around the outside of the airport along Shamrell Boulevard, which is the road where the Chevron station is, and then along JW Powell, there's also some between the road and our perimeter fence. And then as you're on the way into the airport terminal on Pulliam, there's also some on your right side that is available for potential hangar development.
And one other key note to that is it's also identified in our master plan as potential future hangars. So from an FAA standpoint, it works in our favor as well because it's already been identified for that use, kind of like the zoning.
Right.
Thank you for the question. And again, I would like to reiterate, we'll be back again on March 28th to talk a little bit more about these particular projects more in depth. But what we've done is we've kind of broken this list of projects that we have on our ASIP, the capital improvement plan. We've broken them down into what those funding sources, what we anticipate them to be. So you'll notice right off the top, we have a bunch of federal, state, and local projects, and then we have state and local projects. And then we have identified some state projects and federal projects just by themselves. I will note that we have submitted our revised ASIP to the FAA for their review. First blush, I believe we've gotten a green light on that so far. I don't believe the final determinations come out, but I think they're in lockstep with us as well. And I look forward to bringing projects back and talk a lot more specific about those. That's all I have for today. Is there any other questions? Vice Mayor, please.
F-35s last night?
No comment.
Question of the day.
Was not a Cessna. I can say it was not a Cessna.
Tell us what it was though.
Well, actually, part of the reason we can't is because we don't know for sure. So one of the things about being a public use airport is that folks don't have to ask for our permission to come in unless their aircraft is outside the design standards of our airport. So in the case, say a large cargo aircraft, that might give us a call so we can compare it to the pavement strength that we have. But for an aircraft of a smaller size, even military fighter aircraft, they don't necessarily have to get that permission before coming into the space. And we actually didn't get any advance notice that we had any military aircraft coming by last night. And in fact, they actually did not land at the airport. They passed by it, but they never actually touched down anywhere.
Times.
So, we're not sure if it was multiple times or multiple aircraft. Yeah, it was after the hours when our tower operates. So the airspace was what they call a CTAF, which is Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. So that's when the pilots sort of talk it out amongst themselves as they come in on approach. So yeah, they worked out the way they were going to come in and did whatever flyby they were going to do, and then we're on the way. But we did look back at our flight tracking software to try to identify them. And unfortunately, they did not show up on there, which is not uncommon for military aircraft. You're actually exempt from having to display the type of transponder information that we might get from commercial aircraft. So we have looked into it, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to identify exactly who owned and operated those aircraft.
What is your best guess?
My best guess would be it's probably F-35s. F-35s are becoming one of the most numerous in America's inventory. Both the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps all operate a version of them, and they're based both in Arizona and Nevada, various places. So probably the best guess, but no way to say for sure.
Does an F-35 have a name?
Lightning 2, actually.
Yeah, Lightning.
It was named after the P-38.
Negative Ghost Rider, the even is mo.
Yeah.
The whole town.
Thank
Thank you very much.
$940.
All right, I'm going to cover the next two projects, so then I'll turn it off, hand it over to Shannon and or Matt. This is the Interbasin Pipeline Project, and this project came about because of the recent wildland fires that we've had on the peaks. Some of the runoff due to the burn scar damaged water lines. It also damaged roads leading up along the water line. So this project was going to re-armor, fix the water lines, and also stabilize the road. And this project was identified through the Department of Fire and Forest. It did receive a grant of $16 million. So this project is fully funded through the grant. We have to fund the project, but we will get reimbursed. So what we're doing here, we've had 3 GMPs before you for your consideration and approved. We've spent about $5 million so far on this project. So we still have about 9 million to go, or 11 million to go. This project is being delivered by a design build. Our builder is Hunter Contracting, and our designer is Jacobs Engineering. And we started construction about a year ago, and we will continue to do efforts for another 1.5 years. So we should be done by the end of 2025. So what council will see coming up soon will be additional GMPs for the construction for the remainder of the 11 million to get us complete. But this was a great team project. It did receive a city manager design team that was part of staff. So that was a great recognition and the acknowledgement of the design team. Next project is the Rio de Flag. So this project has been in the works for over 20 years. And when I started with the city, it was just getting familiar with it, but I've kind of been there at the very beginning, but not part of the team, but just know about how it's gone over 2 decades. And there's been a lot of significant progress, a lot of good meetings going on, a lot of great execution, discussion, a lot of coordination between the Army Corps and the city. An example of that is last week, we had an executive meeting with the Army Corps, with BNSF Railway, and city staff. So we did some more joint meetings to coordinate how we're going to move this project forward. It is a priority through the stormwater program. And in that meeting, we also signed a project partnership agreement for the downtown lateral. This lateral is not quite related. It's not part of the Rio, but it's related to the Rio because it all has to drain to the Rio. So that was another great coordination done by staff to make sure that we're leading up to the success of this project. Right now, we're about 122 million. That's what the total project cost is being disseminated by the Army Corps. And again, we have to understand the Army Corps is the federal sponsor. So they're in charge of administering the project. The city is the non-federal sponsor. So we have to work with them closely and make sure that we're giving them everything they need to deliver this project. Our share is 35%. Their share is 65%. So what we're doing here is on the map, it says phases. In just last month or so, we've changed those to stages. Stage 1 is everything south of the railroad tracks, and everything north is stage 2. So right now we're planning on delivering stage 1 we're going to help the Army Corps execute a contract possibly at the end of this calendar year, and it'll go for 3 years. And then we will work on stage 2, possibly 3 years out. And then that project will take, stage 2 will take about another 3 years. So we're looking at 6 to 7 years for the total completion of the Rio de Flag flood control project. What you're going to see, what council will see in the next few months, maybe a year or thereabouts, are some agreements with BNSF Railway, because we do have to work with them. We're adjacent to their railway. You'll also see a design services contract change order to our consultant, number 18. That just also represents how long this project has been going. Our consultant has been working hard. We've been working with the Army Corps to make sure everything to coordinate with their specifications and standards. And lastly, we will bring more additional real estate. We talked several meetings about acquisitions. Those are needed to make sure that we have a clear corridor for the Army Corps to deliver the project. So that's the Rio de Flag, and again, we'll cover those more in depth on March 28th.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Again, thank you, Trevor. Really impressed with the capital engineering and the work that you do to help utilities, the water services. So continue to build on that. As we come forward and we start presenting the budget request, I'm part of the capital budget request discussions. But again, because a lot of the projects are multi-year projects, I feel like we talk about the same projects for multiple years and they've gone through different stages. I think is a great word. But again, the Rio Digester project, again, we've achieved 60% design, currently under a construction manager at risk with PCL Construction. They're working through their cost modeling and modifications. There's still some assumptions in that cost modeling. We're asking them to continue to get that through to challenge any of the assumptions to make the best decisions as we move forward. And again, this is really driven by, again, a desire for capacity and resiliency and solids handling through the treatment of the sanitary sewer system. Noresco projects upcoming. So right now, that's also in 2 phases. So we're working very close with Noresco on the phase 1 for water services, specifically around the evaluation of water meters, working with the finance department, and so meters have been ordered. Those are going to come in evaluations. Some of these projects mentioned here, this is more the phase 2. So as we begin to come out of phase 1, there's additional energy efficiency we know that can be gained. So a lot of our projects talk about energy efficiency. We have capital we're looking at investing, and Noresco is a piece of that through the discussion. And so we'll continue to work with them. So we highlight a couple, while these are not specifically projects that may show up through the CIP, these are considerations and trying to look to see where do we get the most work, working through sustainability and with Noresco for those energy savings. The Lake Mary raw water pipeline. Again, definitely in our master plans, critical piece of infrastructure, I would say about 12 miles of aged infrastructure, major carrier pipe from Upper Lake Mary down to the Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant, and then the conveyance system from Lake Mary Treatment Plant into the distribution system. So right now we're under discussions on the best way to approach that. There's different technologies on how that line would be repaired. How do we do that without taking a critical piece of infrastructure offline for a substantial amount of time? And looking at, again, that phasing, what can be accomplished probably through those construction periods. It is significant because we have experienced several main breaks on this line. And what's challenging about it is it's not a typical main break where we carry parts and supplies to make those repairs. Because of the age of the infrastructure, they have to be built on site. So it has to be removed and fabricated to fit that. So hopefully through our, as we move forward with this project, we can find ways to move away from that to something more standardized as far as size, type of material, best application, but that can streamline in the event of a failure, that we can respond more quickly. So even in this year, conversations around what is that assessment and what are the design alternatives that we could look for to approach that, and that of course we bring that back before the governing body if and when we have those recommendations. Also part of the conversation, because this is also a relatively large project. Any number I told you today would be the wrong number, but it's more than tens of millions of dollars. Again, because of the length of pipe, the size, and the construction challenges. The Wildcat Interceptor. So currently, we would have said it's not a funded project, definitely a necessity within our wastewater system. Working with our finance team, we'll be bringing that forward to begin to try to fund that project in the upcoming fiscal year. So the map shows about 2 miles of infrastructure that would really be targeted. Right now, we're working to finalize the contract with the design firm that would come before the governing body to finalize design and move into the construction. Right now, we're expecting about 1 mile of the infrastructure would be replaced, and then allowing us to assess and looking for strategies for the other 1 mile. So the project would target 2 miles of infrastructure, but we are anticipating about 1 mile of full replacement. Very similar to Upper Lake Mary, right? This is a critical piece of infrastructure, not something you just take offline for a couple of years while we figure it out. So there'll be some strategies that we'll implement around that. But again, an important piece for mitigating risk and to helping us, again, making sure that we can deliver the level of service that our community expects from us. I think with that, and I'm available for any questions on any of those.
Thanks, first of all, for you and Mac for getting the interceptor line in this important discussion. Can you, Shannon, go back to the thing with the biosolids, right? The next one. Thank you. Keeping it at a high level, can you just give a little bit of talk to the idea of biochar? I know you and I have talked about that. I've heard you kind of express some excitement about the idea, and I think council would have an interest in it as well. So whatever you want to share on that.
City Manager, thank you. I think what I would share with it is again, so our industry is constantly changing, right? And our ability to assess that and move rapidly enough. Our core values, right, don't change as fast. So I do feel within our community, there is a value of taking a biosolid and how do you make that a reusable product? How do you take something that's a current waste and make it, put it back to beneficial use? Well, in wastewater, biosolids is one of those opportunities. So currently biosolids are disposed of, right? And it's work to do that, and there's a cost. But there is also an opportunity of where you take the biosolids and you create that into what we refer to in the industry as a Class A biosolid. Currently, we produce a Class B, meaning that it is stabilized. It meets all the pathogen reduction factors. We meet the regulations, and we can do disposal. Class A is what elevates that from just being able to get rid of it to a beneficial use of things like revegetation, well, a whole spectrum, depending on how you deliver the product. Limited by my imagination today, I would say right now, consideration probably about 3 ways of how we move from a Class B to a Class A. One of those ways would be windrow composting. where you take biosolids and a carbon source such as green waste. You put that through very typical compost type process, elevating the temperature, holding it for a certain amount of days to get the stabilization, getting the reduction. But at the end, you're left with the compost material and can be applied. In addition, what's listed here is a solar drying. Solar drying is another way that you can take a Class B product, dry it to 90% concentration, and achieve that same pathogen reduction, making it a usable product. And more recently, biochar is very similar, where biochar can take can take biosolids, take it through a pyrolysis. There's a couple of different ways you can do it, but ultimately take it through a process to get to a Class A, again, get into that beneficial use. Why has that been so much of the recent conversation? Because opportunities sometimes present themselves and cause us to step back to say, did this change the game for us or did it not? Right now, we're working very close with the Sustainability Office because there are some grant applications that may move this forward. So anytime that there's funding available, definitely kind of gets our attention to see how does this fit within the direction we're going. In addition, in my opinion, of the three that I just mentioned, biochar I feel is the only process for Class A stabilization that actually moves upstream in your treatment process. That meaning literal composting or soil drying is attached to the end of what we're already doing. So I got to do everything I'm doing today, plus I do something else and I get us there. And that is typical. I feel what's most intriguing for me personally is something with the biochar and the opportunity to move that up, where maybe I don't necessarily stop doing everything I'm doing now, but if I can stop doing a portion of that and I'm still accomplishing the same thing and not just adding on to the end. So definitely some opportunities there. We've done multiple lunch and learns. We've talked with consultants. We're working, again, because there's lots of opportunities for funding that are coming up quickly, see what that would mean. But I definitely think, again, not losing sight of the end goal about finding ways to put things back to beneficial use is critical. Now it's about timing and funding and how that fits within. So again, it's really super exciting. I've really been talking with staff about it a lot. We've talked to a lot of different people and definitely working with our sustainability team. Because at the end of the day too, I also like to know what the alternatives are. And then we can just look at the pros and cons and cost benefit analysis and that gets a little bit simpler. So hopefully that shared some information.
Perfect. Thank you, Shannon. Thanks, Matt.
We've been talking about a rate study for water issues. Is it safe to assume that do is issue bonds to actually pay for these projects, pay the bonds off with the rates within the enterprise, the water, over the next 20 years or whatever? We'll issue the bonds now and get the projects done. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct. To really get into, I would say that's multiple bonds. I would probably more refer to Rick Tatter. I feel now, early on we presented on water services, the issuance of 2 bonds, close to $60 million, projects that we're going to be turning out over the next 3 to 4 years. Also knowing that we're not the only departments within the city and how those bonds and issues comes. We are involved in the conversations that it comes in, but
so these aren't property tax bonds. These are bonds associated that'll be paid off by water fees.
Yes, so we'll concur with that.
Rick, can you offer a couple comments on this?
Does Rick know everything?
Yeah.
He was the one nodding his head, so I'm gonna.
So I was making another project. I didn't hear the whole question.
How do you make biochar?
Wait a minute.
You repeat the question.
So I'm assuming that these big water projects, we will issue bonds so that we can get them done right away. But then we'll issue bonds so that those can be paid maybe 20 years or whatever. But these aren't property tax bonds. These are bonds that will be paid off by the water rates. Is that correct?
So currently within the rate study and what we're doing as far as funding a lot of these projects, yes, they'd be revenue bonds.
Revenue bonds.
Revenue bonds are covered by the wastewater fee, water, wastewater, and such fees. As we get to bigger projects, rebuilding plants and so forth, those may be different considerations as far as how we fund those. But currently, the plan is to use revenue bonds.
So if we
Find some grants, sure would be nice, but.
If we dream up some horrendously large project like Red Gap Ranch or something, we may have to consider property tax bonds as opposed to revenue bonds. Is that correct?
There's many ways that we try to figure out how to fund those.
Get somebody else to pay for it?
That'd be great ideas.
So just to add to that question, on the rate study, the water rate study that we're going through now, the exercise, we're going out to the public and stuff. There's some pretty significant capital projects that we're doing. Are the numbers that we're seeing on the rate increase to pay for the assumed general bond obligation, and that rate increase will pay the debt service to it? Or
General obligation bonds not in the wastewater rate study. One we talked about earlier today is a separate fund being paid by secondary property tax.
so on the water study that we're doing now,
Yes.
we've got millions of dollars in projects, hundreds of millions, tens of millions. The presentation that we've been seeing is paying it through a rate increase. It has nothing to do with bonds. It's just paid all by the ratepayer. If we picked any of the scenarios, the one to cover all of it, right now, the scenarios presented to us is putting it all on the ratepayer.
So that's a great question. So that's not necessarily true. So the financial model, right, that builds and produces those numbers that we talk about does make assumptions. And so Stantec is more than happy to walk us through those assumptions, but they do make assumptions that we're taking on debt at critical places, that there is external funding that comes in, but ultimately it is an assumption that the model makes. So right now, based on the model, it is assuming that some of that stuff does occur. It's not just on the rates.
So the rates, it's built in the rates pay the debt service in the long run time is how the.
I haven't seen that part of it in the presentation, that there was debt assumed. It was just all rate, accumulation.
Yeah. The other thing is capacity fees. And that conversation, some of these projects could be capacity fees. So it's built in collection of those. Then there's the replacement that's rate and debt funded. So it's a moving target.
I was just curious, thinking about it the other day, to think, well, this is big money, and are we considering bonding it out? I mean, these projects take a couple of decades, and yet we're looking to make that escalation of rate increases to do these necessary projects. And I just wanted to get clear on, were we assuming some debt, or was just assuming it all on the the rate increase and the construction fees?
And the other thing we have to watch over time is the debt to revenue ratios. We can only go so far with debt when it comes to revenue bonds and paying those back. So there's a complex way to see how we can hit those targets to get these projects moving. Yep.
Well, add, if I may, to the discussion, the reference to external financing can't be stated too much. We will, in fact, a number of us met with our state lobbyists just this week and talked about these needs. Not a lot of money at the state level, more at the federal level. We're going to lobby hard for whatever's out there to help us. And we have a good track record. We have a very good track record, and we don't, that we're not going to let up. But when you look at the totality of costs on these wastewater projects, it's enormous. It's going to take everything that we're talking about, and then probably some things that we're not talking about. But, debt issuance, rate adjustments, grants, loans, what have you, direct appropriations. And we have time to be strategizing as to how to do that. So the rate is one piece of that, but
certainly the ratepayers cannot shoulder the aggregate costs that we're talking about. These are big ticket items, and we're not talking about all the projects either, like replacement of the Wildcat plant.
Just tell me. I don't.
Great job. Yep. Great job. Wow. All right, we are a little bit ahead. That's a great thing. So if we do have a little bit of time for public participation for additional comments. If we have any questions, comments? Yes.
Hey, Steve, can we get you to just come up and get closer to the microphone? And thanks for being here, by the way.
You're welcome. Wife's thankful too.
Yeah.
I was wondering, in the back of my mind somewhere, I saw a presentation somewhere at the city council or maybe one of these meetings. Where is the J.W. Powell extension, which was going to open up a bunch of land for housing? Where is that?
I know it's not part of the budget presentation, but I could speak briefly about John Wesley Powell, and thank you for your comment. It is alive and doing well, is the quick answer. We meet on a regular basis. When I say we, I'm being a little bit generous here. I try to be at the table, but there's a team of planners, engineers, attorneys, and real estate people, and others that I'm probably not mentioning, along with the, and thank you, Trevor, along with our affected property owners and partners on this. The meetings have been fruitful. We are tweaking the alignment, getting to a final alignment, and the idea would be to have that come back to council at some time in the near term. And I'll characterize, Steve, by noting I think there's good enthusiasm at the table, and things continue to progress. Needing to get into details in those discussions as to intersection locations and types of intersections, and a little bit of the land use that would be associated with this. Time-wise, the hope would be to get the alignment, the refined alignment in front of this council in the near term. Start talking about funding strategies for the project itself. Some of this would be bond funded with existing funds, and other sources that would be considered. Certainly, it would be a combined project with the property owners out there to help fund it. So the project is moving along. It's just not something that's been slated for discussion today. Joanne, or anybody in the room who's been involved with these discussions, is there anything you'd like to add to it? Yeah, Trevor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the John Wesley Powell Alignment Project is still in the works, as City Manager mentioned. It's still being worked on. We're still doing a lot of coordination. We're working actively with the large property owners in this area. So Canyon Del Rio, Juniper Point, Little America. So we're doing a lot of coordination with them, talking about what this alignment will look like. And right now, currently, there's a specific plan that is going to, it's probably going to get kicked off soon, if not already. And that's a planning effort that kind of looks at the land use framework for this area, which Mr. City Manager Clifton talked about, kind of the community centers, where schools are going to be, where certain centers, intersections will go. We're also looking at trying to kick off the design. I know the large property owners are working on their part, which is a design for each little subdivision that they're working on. The city is trying to coordinate with them, get an agreement in place so that we could actively get this project designed. And then we can look at constructing. So right now, the city is responsible for 40%. of the entire project. And that will be funded with Proposition 419 fund. So we do have that in place. The 60% will be the large property owners, and they have to come together, formulate how they're going to fund their portion of it across their subdivision. So a lot of it is still in the works. We hope to have the design and the specific plan completed this year. Then next year, start looking at how we're going to deliver for construction. And again, that's a joint effort. Are we going to do it as a CMAR, construction manager at risk? Are we going to do a design build? So those are just different methods that we have to consider. Hope that helped.
Thank you so much, Trevor.
What else? Have anything? No, you guys look like you're pretty much ready to get out of here about 48 minutes early. So, did you have any final comments for?
Just want to thank everybody who presented, and equally express thanks to those who have listened and just been a part of this great discussion. Good retreat. We pick it up again tomorrow. We anticipate tomorrow to be an abbreviated day, meaning the afternoon. We should be adjourning, I think I can say earlier than today. Yeah.
Right around 1 o'clock or so. So as we close, I just want to thank you for, the commitment that each of you have made to making Flagstaff such a great place to live. We talk about how expensive it is to live here, but people keep coming here to live. And that's because, it is a wonderful community, and it's a great community because of people like you. As you get in your individual groups, everyone has made such a commitment. And I want to leave you with this. And I know I said earlier that I wouldn't preach, but I didn't mean it. So I didn't. But this is what I do mean. There's a word, okay? And this speaks directly to all of the great work that everyone in this room does. So regardless of what you believe, let me tell you what this word says. It says, let us not become weary in doing good. Some translations say lose heart. For in due time, we will reap a harvest if we don't give up. You will see the fruits of your labor. So just don't get tired of doing the good work that you do. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Last word.